Alrighty, what is up, everybody? How are y'all doing on this lovely Saturday evening? I am here with GCD.
My computer's power supply busted, so I'm on my laptop.
Ew, that's not good.
Nope. Thankfully, it didn't take any of the other parts with it, so...
Oh, that's good. Do you have a new one in the mail coming?
Well, I had a spare one lying around that I was able to test the machine with. The parts are working, but it's not adequate for the machine itself, so yeah, I had to fast order a new one.
Oh, I see. Well, that sucks. Hope it gets better for you.
Yeah, hopefully by the time next week rolls around, I'll be back on my good old computer.
Oh, Lady Chan is first. Hello, how you doing? Ham and cheese? I do not know what you're talking about.
It's a type of sandwich, I think.
Fair enough. No, he's saying banned from the Discord. I don't believe so. If you're a member or a sub on YouTube, YouTube member or anything like that, if you were a subscriber or anything like that, you should still be in here. Joe Chill. You know what? After the stream, hit me up on Discord. I'll take a look at what's going on with that. Okay, dude? All right, but
Technical troubles?
I do something along those lines. I found out
Have we really been doing this? I'm sorry, I was trying to pull up the chat. Have we really been doing this for 13 weeks already?
Close to it, yeah. This is the 13th part.
Bro, if you asked me how many weeks we've done, I would have guessed like 6.
It's been going by pretty quick. Oh,
all right then.
Oh, I keep pressing the wrong button. Share the screen. Share with you. There you go. But no, the game has been really, really fun. It has felt like it's only been like a month or two. Just insane. Also, hey, Retro Dude, and hello, Jobu. How you doing? All right, last time we finished up the investigation of the Cosmic Turnabout.
Oh yeah, this one.
We're figuring out who killed the spaceman.
Who killed Captain Alex?
Who killed Captain Alex? A Uganda movie film.
I still need to watch that movie.
I recommend it. It's so charming. Like, straight up, it's so freaking charming. Oh, we're going straight into it. No discussion in the little break room.
Interestingly, this trial's starting at 10:15.
Oh, he's scared.
It's like, don't worry, everybody. I was watching a workout program, bent the spine a little too hard. I'm down here. I'm fine. I can do this.
He's afraid of a bomb. That's right.
I suppose we should reconvene for the trial of Solomon Starbuck or something.
Objection!
Your Honor, could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs. I promise.
How can you be so sure, Phoenix? Unless you're the one that planted them. Yeah, Retro Dude, that was the, like, who killed Captain Alex? It looked like it was filmed in a backyard because it was filmed in a village in Uganda. Like, straight up.
Oh, yes, my apologies.
I was just, tying my shoes.
I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, first the courtroom exploded. And then Mr. Tonate self-destructed. I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Tonate.
Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tonate's action. So you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense?
I am using my manager card, Your Honor.
Do you have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready.
Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? I take it you'd like me to give the opening statement this time?
Looks like the judge has been a pretty good mind reader. Has become a pretty good mind reader.
Well, he's certainly seen more than his fair share of colorful prosecutors. You could say he's something of a veteran of sorts.
Let's see. In the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Tarrant, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. There were explosions on the second floor of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The two astronauts used the Launchpad 1 corridor to reach the boarding lounge.
And
How could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. But Mr. Justice proved that the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point?
upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Dono's argument was correct. So that means the testimonies of the first two people at the scenes are suspect.
There were two people there were two people who claimed to be the first ones on the scene. But can we truly trust their statements?
Let's see. The two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think one of them might have given a false statement to the police?
Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging.
If a detective is giving a false statement to the police, uh-oh.
That's
That's scary.
That's an automatic perjury charge, would it not be?
You would think.
And just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm, she got killed, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Wow. The courtroom bombing incident occurred, and the trial was put on hold.
That accursed fellow. He killed my witness. He'd killed Detective Arm. He definitely put he definitely put the caboose on anything of anyone asking her about what she saw. Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has, once again, become the main focus of this trial.
It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck.
Hey, Dr. Awesome, how you doing?
Fulbright said that Blackwell has a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argues there was a third person in the lounge, and that's who killed the victim.
Objection!
To make such reckless claims in a courtroom takes a bold man, or a stupid one. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gone dotty already, old man?
Objection!
I'm stupidly bold. We'll see who's dotard after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy. In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene.
They saw a third person.
Humph. I see my sister has been running her mouth.
That's right. I almost forgot that Aurora, is it Aura?
I think Aura.
Yeah, I think it's Aura. That's right. I almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell's sister.
Oh, one moment. There we go. No matter. She didn't see this mystery person's face clearly. Therefore, there's no evidence to indicate that this person was not the defendant.
I guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there.
In brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. To this end, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene. Director Cosmos, huh?
Very well. Bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand.
Uh-oh, Mr. Cosmo. This guy is
Right,
so
yeah.
goofy.
Why, I believe I've seen you in the newspaper.
Who voiced him?
I think you did. You gave him like a like kind of like an admiral voice.
Of course you have. Of course you have. Of course you have. For I am Yuri Cosmos, director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was of course named after me, Yuri Cosmos. Why aren't you applauding? Don't you have anything you wish to ask me?
Anything for me to sign? Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging.
I will sign body parts. 7 years ago, I successfully landed the Hat 1 and...
Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I am trying to hold back my tears as such a great man standing before me. So could you please proceed directly to your important testimony?
I see this fine young lad has a proper appreciation of greatness.
I really cannot see this man killing anyone. I'm just gonna go put it out there.
Then allow me to begin my
Epical? Oh yeah, epical.
Then allow me to begin my epical testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history.
That speech of Prosecutor Blackwell's just now. It sounded more to me. He was poking fun at Director Cosmos.
Just let him have it, Athena. Just let him have it. It's probably for the best that it sailed right over the director's head.
Now then, Director Cosmos, the consented Now then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please.
The judge is like, I've already had it up to here with crazy testimonies. Please make this normal.
Who let him come in on a Segway, by the way? Bailiff, get ready for a ceremony cut! Detective Arm and I rushed toward the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. We saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge, and Terran lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck.
How would he have known? Because he was in the astronaut suit.
Good question.
I see. So, in your testimony, you claim you arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge. And just after the victim had been killed. Oh, the horrors! The humanity! But what I said is what I saw. And what I saw is what I said. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosions, wouldn't you say? To save my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger. Risking my own life for theirs.
Well, what do you know? It sounds like the director really cares about his men.
Yeah. Although it sounds more like he was scared and just had a peek from far away.
I mean, it's the thought that counts, right?
No, not when people's lives are on the line. No, a thought counts for crap. Is the defense ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Director Cosmo's testimony is pretty vague. I'm going to have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else.
Plot twist, the bailiff is Gumshoe, and that was his last $20 leaving his paycheck. And then Pac-Man fan, I did play Papers, Please a while back. I streamed it, so you could find it there. I forgot exactly when.
Detective Arm and I rushed toward the boarding lounge together.
Hold it!
Where were you coming from?
The 6th floor. We were making sure any stragglers made their way to the 4th floor. It was then we heard about Starbuck and Terran and hurried to the 3rd floor lounge. Oh my. Galactic scooter here, on my. Galactic scooter here, of course.
Why do you keep calling it galactic? Does it have something to do with space?
Of course. It's specifically designed to be used on a galactic battleship.
I see. Then I'll take it it works in 0G too?
Sadly, no. With the current state of technology as it is, we've got to figure out how to fit a grappling hook into the system. I'm afraid it would just float about and be galactically useless.
Well, that's a galactic bummer.
I see. So you rushed to the boarding lounge on your space age pogo stick. And when you got to the scene, what did you see?
I want to just check something real quick. We went via the control room. Let's take a look at the map. Wait, do we have a...
There's the map.
I thought we had a map of the... Oh, here we go.
So that's the control room.
Mm-hmm. So they're saying they came from the control room. Weren't the elevators shut off, though?
Assuming the explosion had already happened, I believe so. Because one of them exploded in the elevator shaft, if I'm not mistaken.
Hold it!
Let's just get a little bit more information.
Let's see. According to this diagram,
Oh, we were just looking at this.
you didn't have to go through the control room to get to boarding lounge 1. It looks like you could have gone there, or it looks like you could have gone there from the southern corridor as well.
Yes, but in her haste, Detective Arm rushed ahead of me toward the control room. All I could do was merely follow behind her.
I see.
So we peeked into the boarding lounge from the control room door and...
So you couldn't see who that figure was clearly or what they were doing?
Sadly, the only thing I could tell was that it was a person, standing motionless.
The defendant, no doubt, staring aghast at his deed. What other explanation is there?
So close. But without evidence, I can't prove the person's the third party.
I don't relish this, and...
Aura Blackquill was also a suspicious figure in the lounge. Or also saw a suspicious figure. But she gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did you see the figure's face clearly?
No, not clearly. The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time. But other than that, I could see little else. That's why I couldn't see Terran, that's why I could see Terran, but I couldn't see the who the other person was.
So for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck. Isn't that correct?
I would like to believe that. Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder.
Objection!
When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there. Isn't that correct, Great Space Center Director?
Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Terran were there by that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark and the figure vanished.
You mean they disappeared? That's odd.
Where were they gone?
Objection!
Is the question. The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was the defendant. When the witness wasn't looking, he fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness.
Hold on. Director Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off the scene?
Just for a brief instant. About as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by.
So, like, maybe a second?
If you took your eyes off the scene, then this third person could have escaped during that time.
But what escape route could this person have used?
The direct opposite of the control room, the southern door to the elevators.
That is true.
There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way.
The letters spell cat.
Objection!
All things are possible, right, Dono? The real question is, do you have any proof?
Well?
If we're just talking possibilities, we could each profess whatever we'd like. An inmate who used to be a university professor in lunar research used to say that there is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon.
Do they survive on cheese?
I'm pretty sure. They harvest the cheese, dude.
As long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon, for what we've done to it. What have we done to it? We put a flag up there, that's it.
We've landed, we left a few things there.
It's
But-
like, is this insulting? It was the flag just a giant middle finger to them?
They're like, yo, they're conquering our land. Once we figure out what this flag's about. But I say, where's your proof that this quaint kingdom exists? He's calling your theory a work of fiction, boss!
And he's right. I don't have any proof yet. Still. The southern door was a possible escape route. I better make a mental note of that. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question?
Yes?
Why did you look away from the boarding lounge?
Ha ha ha! There's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was when Detective Arms saw the figure and raised her gun.
Oh, there's the gun.
Being a great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her.
What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure?
I imagine her instincts as a detective told her that they were the killer.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with Phoenix here.
And were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun? Oh, could that have been what,
Oh, yeah, the gunshot.
I'm afraid I was too late. I was unable to stop her. She identified herself clearly, and then she fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy figure.
Where's the second bullet then?
This information about Detective Arms' actions sounds critically important. Please add it to your testimony.
I think this is where we gotta present the bullet. Because we only
Yes.
had found 1 shot. I've never heard of firing 2 warning shots.
Oh wait, I think bullet hole. It says a single bullet hole.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, that's good.
Objection!
Where's the second bullet?
Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing?
You doubt my words? You doubt my words? Words that will someday be written down in the history books?
Uh-oh, he's revving up his rascal scooter. You better run, Phoenix.
I've never seen a Segway that was gas powered. Somehow, I don't think that those exact words will ever be written down in any history books.
Damn, Phoenix, you burned him, dude.
Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we can understand?
You say that Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. And yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene.
What?
Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was only fired once. And yet, Detective Cosmos is saying Detective Arm fired 2 shots. Or Director Cosmos, my bad. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction into a history book.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. We confirm that 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Objection!
But there was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? Ah!
You should know the answer to that already.
I should.
During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We've already discussed that it was raptured in the lounge, have we not? Well, it appears that the thing that raptured it was a bullet. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise. This bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun. Oh, snap.
Wait.
We have 2 handguns at the scene.
Huh.
This bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun, the same caliber as a detective's gun.
What?
The rifling marks also match up. There's no question that the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Rifling marks. They're like a gun's fingerprints on a bullet, correct? And examining the rifling marks on a bullet can tell us the gun it was fired from.
I find that so cool. Do you think they purposely did that, or is it just one of those like happy accidents type thing?
What?
The rifling marks.
Maybe I'm leaning towards a happy accident. Like done on purpose? How you mean?
I mean, just like, do you think it was something to just like? Do you think it was it just so happened to like someone was looking at it like, yo, this is pretty cool, and then it just became standard? Or do you think they just purposely did it?
I'm not sure.
I have to look that one up. That's interesting.
I don't even know if rifling marks are a real thing.
I think they are. One of the bullets the detective fired found its way into the holographic image display.
When I shoot my guns, I normally don't find the bullets after they've been shot, so I've never really thought about such a thing.
Fair enough. I mean, I think I've heard this concept. I used to watch a lot of Forensic Files as a kid, and they would find the bullets in around the body. You know.
Yeah, I could imagine like rifling marks are a thing, like depending on the caliber, but for every individual gun to have rifling marks seems a little less plausible.
I mean, I think it's not I'm pretty sure it's not as distinctive as like a fingerprint, but you could kind of like match them up.
Possibly.
The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. The evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots.
My beautiful contradiction. Gone. Oh, gone.
So that bullet hole was from a .38 caliber, huh? I better update the record. So that just leaves what is that smaller bullet?
Very good. Now we know the fate of both the shots, now we know the fate of the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all your questions?
No. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display and the other hit the oxygen tank. Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene?
No, it doesn't.
No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a .38 caliber gun. But that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence we found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a third person.
Yeah, that strengthens the third person argument super high now. Oh?
Very well. But it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a third person at the scene?
Take that!
Meet Baby Bullet.
And what's this metal pellet supposed to be?
This is a baby bullet, Your Honor.
Just a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene, Your Honor.
You found it where?
In a floor gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it.
Furthermore, this is a 10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than the one making it much smaller than the one of the Detective Arm's 38 caliber.
We got a mommy bullet and we got a daddy bullet. And now we got a baby bullet.
Then that means I wish bullets could reproduce. They'd be so much easier to. They'd be so much cheaper.
Just like put the two bullets together. Just okay, you two. Just put them in like a little covered room. Like have fun.
I have two 5.56 here. Hopefully they give birth to a 22 long rifle.
You're just gambling. You're just gambling how it comes out. Like it's like bird breeding or dog breeding.
Well, the baby usually comes out smaller, so... Exactly. One more person must have been there in the lounge. A third person who had a gun that could fire 10 caliber bullets. Ugh. He's super short without the segue.
He is.
And if that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. The third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their... Oh. The third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos?
Ha ha ha! It looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival! Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. What's this now?
Yeah, this is kind of important.
What? You never breathed a word of any of this to me before.
Ha ha ha! Well, all great men have a secret or two, don't you know?
Not when it comes to being a witness in a trial, my dude.
Yeah.
Foolish old geezer.
So Director Cosmos really has been hiding up the presence of a third person all along.
You wonder if that guy's legs are messed up if he's only using a Segway. Either that or he's just incredibly lazy.
I'm too important to put my feet on this filthy ground.
You know, you're joking, but I think that might be what it's kind of going about. Like he's space in the clouds, like trying to look into space. He's too good to be walking on Earth. He wants to be in space. I think you're joking, but I think you might be onto something there.
It kind of works because have you ever noticed how people look on the outside from... Have you ever looked at someone using a Segway?
I haven't in a while.
Using a Segway is actually pretty fun, but on the outside, you kind of give off douchebag vibes.
Fair
That's
enough.
just the way I feel about it. Everybody who rides on a Segway, I'm like,
It kind of gives like a guppy, like a yippee. What is the word for it? Yuppie vibes.
I kind of get where you're coming from. So if you're gonna own a Segway, make sure you don't give a crap what anybody thinks about you. Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw.
You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom, you are just another witness.
You tell him, Udgy.
You won't receive special treatment here. Now please give accurate testimony.
Don't drive off a cliff with your Segway like the inventor did. What? How do you?
That can't be real.
He drove off a cliff.
Nah, I'm checking this right now. Let me look this up. Segway inventor drives off cliff. Let's see. Okay, he did not drive off a cliff. The person who drove off the cliff was Jimmy Hesselden, owner of the Segway Inc., but not the... So the owner drove off a cliff, but not the inventor.
Okay, that makes sense.
Someone in the Segway company drove off a cliff, though.
I mean, that's fair. Of course, the inventor would be like, okay, don't drive this thing too fast, otherwise, especially near a cliff, otherwise you'll fall off the cliff. And the owner's like, fuck you, I'll do whatever I want. Falls off cliff.
The owner's like, I love this product so much I would die on it. I didn't mean literally. Detective Arm and I rushed to the courtroom together. Or the control room together.
Funny enough, I believe you can book tours of major cities on a Segway. They're like Segway tours.
Yeah. I think we saw one when we were in Houston.
Didn't
or was
we?
that a different?
I think we were discussing things. We were looking for things to do, and that was one of the things. I think we kind of maybe thought about it for a second.
But then we decided we didn't want to look like douchebags.
Yeah, we weren't feeling anti-douche.
Just for the record, that's all jokes. I don't actually think you're a douchebag if you ride a Segway.
I mean, speak for yourself.
In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room, and Terran on the floor. We were still in the control room, to the east when the figure fired at us. Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean the person who fired at the gun had to have been the defendant?
Not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else.
Oh, the owner of the Segway company didn't intentionally drive off the cliff. He was trying to move out of the way. Oh, okay. So it was an accident.
Ouch. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door. They escaped through the southern door, the only one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Mishandle one, and it is you who is cut down.
Huh?
Wait, is the prosecution legit trying to say that our client shot the gun, and then between the time of shooting the gun and then returning fire, the dude fell down and pretended to be asleep like a kid playing on a Game Boy, waiting for his parents to come into the room in the middle of the night?
If that were the case, they should have found the gun.
Your reasoning could apply if Spaceboy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired the 10 caliber gun. Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent a possibility of a third person.
Objection!
But Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by the police. Nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third party who took it with them.
Objection!
Recall the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection!
But you can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with the weapon.
Objection!
It's up to you to prove that possibility.
We just did.
And I trust you haven't forgot my little piece of decisive evidence.
What evidence?
Why, the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally. The most compelling evidence of all that tells us he is the culprit.
He did forget about that!
Look, your baldness. How deliciously oblivious it is that they lack the evidence to rival mine. Wow, he sliced our third-person theory to ribbons and served it to us, just like that.
Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. That bullet that the mysterious figure shot, what did it hit exactly? Oh?
Oh.
It hit me.
So does that mean you're a ghost? This would only be the third time it's coming up in this courtroom.
It may sound stupid, but you haven't seen the stuff I've seen. I was wondering when you would realize it, your baldness. Director Cosmos is authentic, bona fide ghost. He can even pass through walls, disappear and fly. He's much more unique than the other guys. Prosecutor Blackquill, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman. Your baldness is all in jest. Please show yourself again.
I want to retire! Are you sure? In that case, how did you manage to survive being shot, Detective Cosmo? Ha ha ha! I'm glad you asked.
He used one of the invincibility stars on his chest.
It was a miracle. A miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. Hey, you weren't wrong!
Hey, let's go!
The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life. Whoa!
That's unbelievable.
I have to check this out. Oh, wow! Look at that! There's one extra... Wait, it was Galaxy? Galaxa?
Gaiaxa?
Oh, Gaiaxa. There's one extra Gaiaxa star.
Could be Gaiaxa or Giaxa. Maybe Gaiaxa. The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle.
It's beginning to feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos.
But why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmo? A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts.
That's why I normally wear a red shirt, so that my men will never see me bleed if I was hit.
It is the plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand.
I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding?
Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out.
Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Hold it!
We've already heard all about that part. Don't you have any new information?
Well, let me see. If you have an hour or two, I could tell you about the Hat 1 miracle.
Hold it!
We already know about that too! Tell us something related to this incident!
I see. You want to know about incidents. Well then, let me tell you about the many incidents that made me the man I am today. Yes, if you have the time, I will tell you all about the upbringing of this great man.
I gotta see something real quick. How long will we be sitting here? It's gonna be hours.
Hold it!
He's 62. It's gonna take forever.
You've told us all about that already as well. What we need now is your testimony.
Did I really already tell you all about my upbringing? I don't recall doing so. Director Cosmos, perhaps you can save your boastful tales for later? If I must. Well, we peeked through the control room door and... In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room, and Terran on the floor.
Hold it!
But it was so dark. You couldn't see this figure's face, isn't that right?
Yes, the room was as deep and dark as outer space itself. Speaking of outer space, during the Hat 1 launch 7 years ago,
If it's about the Hat 1 miracle again, you could saw it off and tell it to a stray mutt.
ha ha ha! Excellent idea! No reason why the animal world shouldn't hear of my greatness.
Jordan says, I still think of a Waluigi accent while this guy talks.
Excellent idea.
He just slowly just transforms into Waluigi the more it goes on. And so they shall. But first, your testimony. What happened next?
It's a me, Waluigi Cosmos.
Hold it!
So in other words, you were fired at while you were at the control room door.
That is correct.
There's something not quite right about that. We still only have one bullet hole, right?
It can only be operated by the director. Backup power lets it function even when the power goes out. What was your question?
Okay. So we know where the big bullet hit the holographic projector, right?
Yes.
The small bullet hit the director.
Yes.
What about the second warning shot that was fired?
It hit the oxygen tank.
Right, okay. I forgot.
Doors locked in the east. It can only be operated by the director. Backup power lets it function even when power is out.
Director Cosmos, the bullet this person fired hit you, isn't that right?
Yes, it was a miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet the figure fired hit me while I was in the control room.
Did he open the control room door?
It would seem so, yes.
But as the Cosmos would have it, the bullet bounced off my glorious Medal of Honor.
In that case, the bullet should have wound up somewhere around the control room door. But we found it somewhere else.
Okay, so the director Cosmo was in the control room to the east.
And while he was there, he was shot at by someone with a 10 caliber handgun.
But the bullet hit his metal, so he was able to escape with his life. He's a very lucky man. No wonder people think he's great.
Hey, I'm pretty lucky myself. So if he's a great man, then I'm the king of the cosmos.
Let's check. Does the bullet have where we found it? along the south wall of the boarding lounge.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Objection!
I'm still waiting for one of these days where you get a wrong response and it makes it sound like you got it right, and then the little thing pops up after the fact. You're like, yes! No!
Director Cosmos, I believe you are telling this great court a glorious lie.
A great man like me? Tell a lie? Have you ever heard of such a thing in all of history?
Yeah, plenty of times.
Yes. My accusation is based on the positions of the people who were in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door. And the mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you from this position, then the bullet would have traveled in this direction.
Boop, 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 boop.
However, we found the 10 caliber bullet here.
Oh.
This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other.
Unless the bullet just bounced all over the place.
Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at?
Speen!
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself tell you, the bullet hit his metal? Of this, there is no mistake.
Objection!
But in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say that you can explain this inconsistency?
Of course.
I didn't think so. What?
Wouldn't the metal have some sort of dent? It does, though. I think on like the star of the metal. Once it shows
Yeah.
the metal again, you'll see.
Yeah, I
Oh.
saw it. It did have damage.
Oh, great director Cosmos. Yeah, right there is the dent.
Yes? Is there something you'd like me to expand upon?
You were in fact not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lounge from the door on the south. Is that not right?
Yeah!
What are you getting at?
Use your own brain. Your head must have some use other than housing the bird's nest.
Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair?
They're jealous, Phoenix. Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at them there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south.
That makes some sense, actually.
Also, the witness being in the southern door is rather favorable to the prosecution.
Huh? I've got a bad feeling about this.
How about it, Director? If you don't tell me the truth this time... Oh, snap.
Yikes! He's handcuffed!
It happens every time. You will become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man.
All right, I'll tell the truth. Just put your sword away. You're correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was looking into the room from the southern door. What? That's the complete opposite of all the testimony he's given so far.
And now you lost your possibility that a third person was in the room.
I have? How?
The director and the detective were near the southern door. Meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through there. The western door required print recognition. The corridor beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door. And there was only one. The only way to get through was the Director Cosmos' fingerprints.
Ah!
In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one.
The person just disappeared. Like in one of Trucy's magic tricks. I keep forgetting Trucy's even a thing because she's barely in this.
Right?
Order! Order in the court!
She was kind of just brought in for like character development for like Phoenix, and then just kind of dropped afterwards.
It's like, hey, we haven't forgotten the fact that she's Apollo's half-sister and they don't know each other yet.
They just haven't got to that point yet.
What is he waiting for to tell them? Is what I want to know. Director Cosmos, why did you tell such an outrageous lie?
You were covering for the defendant. Isn't that right?
Yes. It was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in the eastern control room, it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door. It would have meant that there could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person. What a convoluted lie. Was he really covering for the defendant? It looks like we've come to a conclusion. That the defense's argument that the possibility of a third person has crumbled.
No! It's over.
Yikes! The judge is about to hand down his verdict! Think, Phoenix. Think! This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. If the third person had no way of escaping the scene, then what if one of the people at the scene was the third person? Wait! What if the whole premise is all wrong? Director Cosmos said that he and Detective Arm rushed to the scene together. But what if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? And if that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person. The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot at the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. There is still one possibility.
Oh? This had better be good, Mr. Wright.
When has it not been, Judge?
Fair point. Continue, Mr. Wright.
There is one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene. And that person would be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person to arrive came via the southern door. That's why the first person fled from the room, using an escape route that was accessible to only them.
Very well. Let's hear more about this theory. Who is this one person who could have escaped from the boarding lounge?
I'm thinking it's the director himself, because he's the only one that could have escaped that northern...
Oh, yeah, because he's the only one who could open that door, right?
Yep. So he could have looped back around.
What? But that's... Mr. Wright, what are you claiming here?
Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door, after all.
Now it's just, what is the motive for this?
But that means...
Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness. Director Yuri Cosmos!
Spin! What? What?
Order! Order in the court, I say! Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself in more detail!
I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm and entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that and saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots. I've been hit! I've been hit on the starboard side!
Captain Wright, it's a direct hit on the enemy ship, sir! A magnificent shot!
Warning shots fired for the enemy ship! Prepare to intercept!
Cosmos, you have told a lie in this court once again.
I've been hit! I've been hit on the port side! The enemy has called reinforcements!
Earth to Cosmos Control Center, requesting permission to ask you to return to reality.
But my ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence.
Objection!
But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scar. Director Cosmos is the third person Aurora Blackwell saw. This third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Is that how it really went down, Director Cosmos?
Ha ha ha! looks like you deduced my miracle's tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the 10 caliber gun. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge. It only makes sense that he would have turned and shot her. Therefore, well, shot at her. The evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance. The evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you received from the third party will be all the proof we need.
Oh, we're gonna be checking to see if that didn't came from a 10 caliber or a 38.
To prove that you were the one in to prove that you were the one in the lounge. Brace for further impact! Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were the one in the lounge.
Take that!
The 38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos' metal. If we have the ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. And if that mark proves to be from a 38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the third person we've been looking for. The bridge is destroyed! Losing altitude! All hands abandon ship! If that's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank? It was the 10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, detector? Or director? No! You got it all wrong! What? The engines have started again? It's a miracle! I'm not going down yet! Witness! Stop this at once and confess the truth! If you don't want the history books to say the great man was a great liar,
Then accept your fate and tell the truth.
are you giving me orders? Me? The great director of the Cosmos Space Center? Ah! But the cosmos revolves around me!
Oh my gosh, they gave him a spin and the zoom out too.
Ah! Someone get me off this thing! Order! Order in the court! And will someone please stop the witness from spinning? Phew. Thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth.
While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running an analysis on the mark on the metal. It was made by a 38 caliber bullet, matching with the size of Detective Arm's firearm.
Are you ready to confess the truth, witness? No, you've got it all wrong! This is just a misunderstanding!
Is he gonna start piling on more lies?
It looks like it. But no matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. Huh.
Oh, wow. Well, alrighty then. Let us continue.
Director Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. They are claiming that you were this third person. Forgive me. I'm so sorry.
So the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another futurist cur. I only have one question for the likes of you. Shall I send you off quickly or very quickly?
The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos. So don't try to talk your way out of this.
Fine, I'll tell the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was there in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped to the control room. And then I went past the elevators and all the way around to the boarding lounge 1 again. I came up behind Detective Arm and pretended to be the second at the scene.
What a troublesome old man you are, with such convoluted deeds and thoughts.
I see. So then, are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim? Of course I am! When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer! The great Yuri Cosmos was a history-making witness!
Hold it!
Now hold on just one moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackwell saw was you.
No, it wasn't me! I saw the person as well! If I were a killer, why would I lie to cover for Starbuck?
You know, he has a point.
I would just leave him to take the fall!
That is an excellent point.
All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for the third person.
Well, it makes some sense if he told those lies to cover for Mr. Starbuck.
Still, a lie's a lie, Athena.
So Director Cosmo claimed he's not the culprit. But where's the proof?
Ah, I just remembered. I have an alibi. Miss Blackwell said she saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct?
Yes, and?
Well, I was on the 4th floor helping with the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you'd like. They'll cooperate me.
The director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirm that he had an alibi for the time specified.
So you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime at 10 a.m. Or first at 10 a.m. And that you arrived at the lounge after that?
Yes, I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, So it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. And I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an Earthling.
As long as he has an alibi, we can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer.
No, we can't. Then again, maybe we don't need to yet. I wonder if he was really covering for Miss Starbuck or for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw.
Very well. Director Cosmos, your testimony, please.
What I really witnessed.
As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer instead fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot. When I tried to get another look, they'd vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side of the door, and, well, the launch pad one door. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer.
Huh.
So you were shot at by the killer as well? And then they disappeared? Yes. Though luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Terran's oxygen tank. I know because I heard a pang. That must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured.
Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal.
That was Detective Arm's bullet, remember?
Right. What a mess this is turning into. So, let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Terran and his killer, the culprit shot a 10 caliber bullet at him.
Right. But it actually hit Mr. Terran's oxygen tank and ruptured it.
And then the killer disappeared, and the director went into the boarding lounge. When Director Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him. Judging by his medal, it looked like one of them almost took him out too.
Good summary, but that doesn't explain where our mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared. I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeked back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate. But what I found was Terran with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor.
So we have a culprit who vanished from a scene that had no escape route.
Vanished without a trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence.
Humph. A riddle of the ages indeed. But I'd rather know how a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great.
A great man is always misunderstood in his own time. But he must remain true to himself, even if those around him don't understand. Wow, that might be the first true statement he's said all day. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly?
Simple, because it was Spaceboy himself. When he was spotted by the director and Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. That would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit.
I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor?
No, because it was as dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room.
That wasn't exactly helpful.
Yeah, it doesn't really help our case much. Humph. I'm prepared to accept your surrender, right, Dono?
I can't find any holes in this testimony, but I can't give up.
Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help?
Huh?
While the director was giving his testimony, I detected a
Cacophony?
cacophony of discord. I have never seen that word spelled out.
Me neither. Which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh? That just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do with him.
You got it, boss. I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Unit Cosmo, prepare to hand over your secrets of your heart to me. All right, here we go. As I try to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired the gun at me. Okay, he's sad and surprised, a little angry. The anger is interesting, but let's figure out. I hid to avoid getting shot. But when I try to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. Where's the shock?
No idea.
You would think you would be shocked at that. I was near the elevator side door. And well, the launch pad 1 door, and he's sad with that. And the control room should have been shut tight to the killer.
That might be worth investigating, that little bit of sadness right there.
All right, let's do it.
Got it!
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launchpad door.
The great Yuri Cosmos? Afraid?
Were all of them afraid of space?
Oh, no way.
And what basis do you have for that outlandish accusation?
Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it.
I most certainly not.
Director Cosmos! There's something about the launchpad door you're not telling us, is there?
Yeah.
Wow, he's speechless. Looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go get him.
Okay, back in the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. We can try the anger.
Yeah, the anger's a little interesting to me. I mean, yeah, I'd be angry if someone's trying to fire at me.
Oh, I guess that's not it.
It doesn't look like
When
it.
we view your emotions alongside your testimony, we find the unexpected emotion. Wait a minute. There really isn't anything strange here.
I don't know, but I think maybe we made a mistake, Mr. Wright.
I think maybe you're right.
Let's take another look. Must be an unexpected emotion here somewhere.
Maybe here?
The anger
Or,
right
well,
here.
nah, maybe not. Or, well, we can try it, I guess.
Got it.
Nope. Let's see.
I'll try to get another look. They have vanished into thin air.
It's kind of weird that he wasn't surprised by that.
That's true. Let's take a look at that.
Got it.
You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air.
I did. That kind of thing just doesn't happen usually.
And yet, at that time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence.
What? Why are you...
I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they were, isn't that right?
What? Of course not! That's preposterous! I can only enter the control room. Or only I can enter the control room. And the area beyond the launch pad door was filled with smoke, making it impassable. And as for the southern door,
That's where he was.
I was standing right there.
So there was nowhere for the killer to run. Maybe the garbage chute?
That's what I'm thinking.
Or maybe not. You went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Terran, yes? What if the culprit took that opportunity to simply slide out through the southern door?
Hey, Teresa, how you doing?
I highly doubt it. As you recall, right after I entered the lounge, Detective Arm came rushing toward it. Detective Arm came rushing toward it herself via the southern hallway.
So they had to have come through the launch pad corridor 1. But something is weird. He does not like that corridor at all.
Anyone trying to escape through there would have been caught by her.
And yet the director wasn't surprised the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use?
I'll just input those 2 pieces of data and... Yes! Just what I wanted to see. Presto changeo! Less discord! It looks like we're on the right track.
Thanks, Athena. Now to make sense of what we learned. Director Cosmo wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launch pad made it... No, it says talking. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launch pad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about about the launch pad 1 door.
I want to see something.
Could have been open at the time.
I thought we saw something. I thought we saw something that said that these can move around. But I guess I'm mistaken.
That what's can move around?
Like these Here, let me get a picture of the diagram. Like the launch corridor was on rails and it can move around.
Uh-huh. I seem to remember that too, actually. I think the robot said something about it.
But it's not here. Yeah, like it could move around, like the Space Museum and the launch pad could move around. The Space Museum used to be the Hat 1 launch site.
Yeah, I remember that. Something about that, I'm sure of it.
Maybe that's what they're getting at? I don't know. Maybe that's what we're trying to say. Maybe the launch pad wasn't at that wasn't in this location at the time, which is kind of crazy though.
When we put these two pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. Director Cosmos, did the real killer escape through here?
Take that!
The culprit went through Launchpad 1 through the Launchpad 1 door to escape, didn't they?
Yes. I mean, no! Disaster to starboard! We're going to crash into an asteroid!
A master tactician, you are not?
The area beyond that door was filled with smoke, wasn't it?
True. But this is still the only logical answer there is. If we can just figure out what the director is hiding about the Launchpad 1 door, we should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies.
But that door requires fingerprint recognition!
What if the security what if the security was not working? And that's why he's so upset and doesn't want anyone to know about it.
Oh, you might be right.
I think we're finding the lie. That's why he's not trying to cover for someone. He's trying to cover his own ass because of security clearance.
Ooh, okay.
Only Starbuck, Terran, and I have access. And I don't see how the killer could have opened that security lock, do you?
Taking a dead body's handprint and putting it on the scanner.
True, but given the time that he was undercover, though, I don't think that was enough time, though.
Oh, maybe. That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gotten past that security lock.
I think they're saying your argument.
Come to think of it, we did examine the prints on the fingerprint recognition device.
It was Starbuck. Was it possible they could have used the unconscious body of Starbuck?
There we go.
I propose that the killer used this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock.
Take that!
Starbuck.
That's...
Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints.
Thank you so much, Wolfo, for the $2. He's asking, what's up?
Not too much, just playing some Phoenix Wright.
Yep, I'm doing fine. How you doing? Dude? Anime Wows in the chat, y'all.
And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen.
Ah!
It looks like he does have something to hide about the Launchpad 1 door. And I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. But I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet.
You know, something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it?
Oh, yes, by all means.
There's a security camera in the boarding lounge 1.
Right, the one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor?
If the true culprit escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor, then that might be recorded on the security footage as well. Then the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic?
The camera got shot. The camera got shot. Where did that bullet go?
Oh, crap.
There's a fourth bullet somewhere.
Oh my.
There's a bullet that ricocheted off of dude's metal, one that hit the oxygen tank, and one that landed in the southern portion. There's a fourth bullet.
It could be. Or, well, there was also the fact that the oxygen tank exploded. A piece of shrapnel could have gotten caught in the camera.
True. Video ends immediately after this. I thought it was a gunshot, but it could have been an explosion from the shrapnel. Maybe. And thank you so much, Huts. I mean, the judge is trying. I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your baldness.
Beg your pardon?
Look, if we play the security footage beyond this point.
Oh my! The footage cuts off!
The camera is running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There's no footage after this, be it of criminal or space aliens.
And I thought it was such a good idea, too.
Humph. Just because your grandchildren is watching from the gallery. It doesn't mean you should try to show off too much, Grandpa Baldness. I love the idea and the image that the judge's grandchildren are watching. That is so adorable.
Prosecutor Blackwell! How did you know about my grandchild?
I think his grandchild just learned about the harshness of the adult world.
Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue.
I just noticed something interesting.
Yeah?
Okay, never mind. It does look like it. I thought it was kind of odd that I thought this was not on.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's just the darkness of the room.
Director Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge? If I must.
I hid to avoid getting shot. After the killer vanished, I went into the lounge. That's when Detective Arm appeared from the elevator side door. Shock makes sense. She just shoots him. Shoot first, ask questions later. Wait, did he know that it was the detective?
I have no idea if he did. Not quite.
Oh, okay. I thought there was like anger that like, why are you shooting at me? Shock, sadness, and anger.
It's like It's kind of surprising how he has little shock there. It's like, oh, somebody just walked in. Holy smokes, they're firing a gun at me!
That's true.
Director Cosmos.
Oh, so kind of like shock that someone came in, but it's like, oh, it's the detective. Oh shit, she's shooting.
Why were you so surprised when Detective Arm found you, and again when she fired? Isn't that a bit unnatural?
Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings.
Have you ever watched? I forgot. Have you ever watched Evangelion?
I have not yet.
He looks like the main head of the humans fighting off the angel aliens in that pose.
Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions.
Even a great man such as myself experiences a surprise on occasion.
Yes, I'm sure you do. But my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by.
Pardon me?
First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were of course surprised when she shot at you. But considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprise reaction is the fact that you were...
Surprised twice? Not surprised by something else, more surprised when Arm came in.
I think it's probably the third option. Why would you be more surprised about seeing someone rather than that someone's shooting at you?
That's true.
Sure, you were surprised, but the surprise you felt... What's up? Yeah. Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arm shot at you, but the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. Ah! The fact you were more surprised by simply being found than by being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whether it was you, or suggested to me that you were conflicted about whatever it was you were doing there.
The enemy has acquired a new weapon. Commence Operation Hide Under Your Desk! Yeah!
Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship.
With how Discord's acting, it cut you off perfectly. It made it sound like one of those cut, like the cut off, like
Perfectly cut off.
Yeah, the
scream
perfect cut.
thing.
Yes, exactly. It's like but it was like perfect. Like it was like going off in a distance. It was perfect. Boss, I'm getting less Discord now. That must mean he really is hiding something about that launch pad door.
Whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape.
I wonder what it could be.
If he was doing something suspicious around that door, maybe we can spot some change between before he came to the room and after.
Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Let's see. This is the footage of the door before Director Cosmo arrived. Right there. The lock.
Oh.
And this is how the
It's
door...
not working in the other picture.
And this is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge.
Hey, look at that. There is a change. Something's definitely different. Director Cosmos.
What is it? What are you two been up to over there?
Finding the answer to what you were doing when the detective arm found you. That's what. And that answer lies clearly in this footage. All we have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation. Don't be ridiculous! If you really do have an answer, you'd have to point it out already! He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident.
Oh.
Take that!
The answer is this knob.
Nah.
That's... Your Honor, please take a look at this footage.
Let's see.
Take a look at the knob next to the launch pad. As you can see, it's horizontal.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical.
And what does this mean?
It means that sometime between before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob. Ah! After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos. Let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door?
Fine, I admit it. You're right. I did turn that knob. That knob is a safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there'd be more explosions. So I wanted to move to the launch pad away.
You wanted to do what?
Did he
There it is.
Did he inadvertently move the third party out of the scene?
Oh, snap.
The third party went into the launch pad corridor and got moved out of the way. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Damn! Hey, didn't Poncho tell us something about how they prepared for launch? She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first.
I guess that clears up what the knob is for.
Oh, so if the killer escaped in the launch pad 1 corridor... Hey, Max, a lot has been going on, but I'm doing fine. How you doing? Maybe they were transported along with the launch pad to the launch site?
I don't think so. The Launchpad 1 corridor was filled with smoke.
Oh my gosh, there's a 2.
Oh!
We got it! Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah!
I didn't even notice that!
I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor.
So then, where did the killer escape to?
I guess there are still some things we have to uncover. Director Cosmos, I request that you tell us about moving the launch pads in more detail. Fine, but listen carefully, for I'm about to give history-making testimony.
It makes so much sense. I just realized too. So let's find a map of this place again. He was right here. He was found out by the detective. He got shot because he was messing around right here. He disengaged that, he got shot, and he ran to the control room to circle back around to be the second one on the scene. He went into the control room to move the launch pad corridor. And then he went through the third floor elevator corridor around. He was in the control room at one point.
Okay.
But why was he moving it?
That's a good question.
Why was he happy? Don't get, like, nothing gets my rocks off like disengaging a safety lock.
I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so. And yet when you did it, you felt some joy, as if you were very pleased with yourself.
How did you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there?
Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of the analytical psychology.
So, care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda.
How do you know that too?
Oh, he just told on himself.
Because I'm more or less pro at guessing.
And he just told on himself.
But you have no proof that I had a hidden agenda. And even if I did, I would never tell you, or I would never ever tell you. So there.
I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake.
And how could you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Silence.
You, a man of integrity. Don't make me laugh.
Prosecutor Blackquill? What came over him all of a sudden?
You've spouted nothing but falsities since you've stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatest barefaced liar in honor.
Liar!
His words are harder to bite than his blade.
You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosion? My, how naive you are. You fail to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you.
You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend.
And here's a thought for you, immediately following the bombing. Launchpad 1 was on the boarding lounge 1 side. The police confirmed this on the scene.
What? Liar!
Hey, Star, how you doing? So that means the director didn't move the launch pad? Curse my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content.
liar! But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned that knob. And once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we just might find where the killer escaped to. Ah!
You're sure it must have went somewhere? We just might find out. Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or are you not man enough to, boy? Talk about hitting below the belt.
Youngins these days. Oh no, I'm sounding like old bag.
I'm turning into a boomer.
I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge. But the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Ugh. Wait a minute. Maybe I have it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob, not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be?
What are you blathering about?
What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? Then after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back into its usual spot? All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back. And it would have been right where the police found it. Ah!
Ugh. You made him sigh like Mr. Starbuck.
Was what I said really that off base?
It pains me I had to explain how wrong your own logic is to you. However, our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our Astro Wonder made their escape. A fact that has been recorded for prosperity on filmless film.
Oh, right.
So, to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what they really is, boy. Get a grip, Mr. Wright, and focus. We know the launch pad must have been moved.
But our deduction and the actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other.
Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with body doubles after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched, even for me.
Never actually boarded the rocket.
That will also explain why Starbuck could not figure out how he got off the rocket.
Hey, wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe,
Huh?
Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went to another place? And what if when the director moved the launch pad one back, it was not from the launch site, but from another place. What would you say then?
Cut the existential bull, or I'll cut you.
Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself at once.
I know I'm right. It was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor. Let me explain. Director Cosmo's reason for moving Launchpad 1 was...
To switch it with another place.
because he wanted to switch it with some other place.
I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? But what could he possibly have switched with the launch pad with?
Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box, and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what switched with Launchpad 1. The museum?
They climbed into the replica rocket.
Oh, right, there is a replica in there.
Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum?
In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. So that's why there's a 2 on the floor.
Yep.
It has all the same features as Launchpad 1 and can even be moved to the launch site. Meaning the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 can also be switched with each other.
You can't mean.
The rocket the astronauts boarded was not on the Launchpad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum.
But why?
What?
Balderdash!
And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle and inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident.
I see Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum have already switched places.
That's right. And with the two switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from boarding lounge 1. This allowed the true killer to enter the Launchpad 1 from boarding lounge 2 and set the bomb on the rocket.
Come to think of it, the door to Space Museum from boarding lounge 2. Welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Exactly. Anyone can pass through the door into the Space Museum. There's no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted that bomb.
Gah!
After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into the boarding lounge 1 and waited there, concealed, in order to kill Mr. Terran when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Recall that Miss Blackquill, Mr. Starbuck, and the director all saw a suspicious figure. Who we can suppose, after killing Mr. Terran, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. The killer left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway. Ah!
Right, Dono. I see you know how to handle a sword, and handle it well. Perhaps I should call you Swordmaster Bluff.
I'm a seasoned warrior who has cut down many prosecutors.
Silence.
But unless you could prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword.
That's right! You have no proof I switched the launch pads!
Somebody needs a better anger management counselor.
The launch pads really were switched. There might be a record of it somewhere.
At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched out with each other.
So the corridor beyond the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum. Let's see. This is an image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. There's the one.
Ah!
We are number 1A. Do you see anything different with the when we compare it to the security footage?
Huh? That number on the floor. Well, what do you know? It looks like we have our proof after all, Prosecutor Blackquill.
And if this is just another bluff.
Oh, don't worry. It's all right here. Right in this footage. The proof beyond this door is the corridor to the Space Museum.
Very well then. Answer this for me if you would. What in this footage proves that the corridor belonged to the Space Museum?
Right
Priority level
here.
number 2.
Take that.
There's a 1 on the floor of the Launchpad 1 corridor. But take a look at the corridor in the security footage. Do you see the number on the floor behind the astronauts? It doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is actually a part of a 2.
What?
Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is the one to the Space Museum.
Gah! And so that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke?
That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad 1, on the opposite side of the Space Museum. And now that we know the 2 astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Terran, carrying Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level.
Just incredible. The 2 launch pads were already switched. But you'd think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude.
Super Sans, just a heads up, I think GCD's using his laptop. So it's like most of his stuff is not the same.
Yeah, I don't know what to do to make it better.
We're just winging it right now, dude.
Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what happened on the surface.
Yeah!
And you know what? That explains why they were carrying the asteroid. I was wondering why the asteroid was in the launch area.
No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth.
And only the truth can set you free.
My honor, my glory, everything is slipping away. Galactic engine, ignition. What? It's not what?
Oh my god!
Bailiff! On your steed and after that witness!
He's just getting dragged by his Segway. He's about to turn into the Segway owner.
Oh man. All right, I just found the option for noise suppression and turned it off. Let's see if this works at all. There we go.
I see we managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm.
Director Cosmos, do you admit you switched the launch pads?
I admit it's true. I switched Launchpad 1 for the Space Museum. It is good to hear words I can believe for a change.
Before you do, Your Honor, two things. First, we don't know if Mr. Terran had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Terran would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum that had been switched with Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Terran feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with.
Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast.
So he knew about the bombing on the rocket? The director
He did this to try and save people?
So what he's saying, he can't say much, but he's saying that he had knowledge that there was a bomb on the rocket. So he switched Launchpad 1 and 2 to prevent his guys from being caught in that blast? The director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why.
Probably not a good time to try and pry it out of him, huh?
Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badge of rank, I'm nothing.
I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars. It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, Is there anything you wish to say?
I don't get it.
Don't get it? What don't you get?
Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us!
Mr. Starbuck.
Starbuck, my boy. I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why. But I had to do it to protect the Space Center.
Director! Will I ever get the chance to go into space again?
Yes. Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy.
Then the dream is still alive.
Silence.
Humph. You're not going into space, Starbuck, but prison. I won't have it any other way.
Why are you so hung up on him?
Yes, I accept that the launch pads really were switched. If they were a third person in the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I have yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum.
Oh, that's a good point.
Ah! He's right! I don't have proof!
Starbuck, you will spill everything you know. What? Me? Ah! Where did he get those bombs? Tell me now. If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood. Ah! I'm gonna die! I want to die in space!
I have to do something.
Solomon Starbuck, prepare yourself. Now, you know violence isn't the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. That annoyingly cheerful laugh. It could be none other than... Champions of Righteousness! Bobby Fulbright here! In justice we trust!
Detective Fulbright!
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late.
I don't believe we had an appointment.
I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street. And then I had to break up a cat fight. I tell you, justice sure is a full-time job.
Was it a fight between cats or... Why are you here again?
Because the defendant isn't the culprit, and I came to make sure that justice is served.
I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Fulbright. I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed? Nope, but it looks like you've succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment. What evidence? Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence. Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find the perfect piece of evidence for you. I didn't think he was serious, though. I don't know if he was talking about cats, though, Jobu. There's another meaning of a cat fight.
So what is it, Detective? Is it something that will prove Mr. Starbuck... Is it something that will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent?
It is indeed! Have a look at this! The lighter.
Oh! What's this? A lighter?
That's right! A lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. It has the victim's Clay Terran's blood, along with the killer's fingerprints on it.
What?
Gah! Coming in the 11th hour, just like the other detectives before him. There you go, Fulbright.
Chat, I'm gonna be straight up. I don't care what any of you say. I like Fulbright.
Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, can I presume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant?
You bet! Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent.
This is it! This is just what I needed! Your Honor! This is the decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claims.
Same here, Jordan, but, you know, Fulbright, he's fine. I still love Gumshoe. There's still a Gumshoe-shaped hole in my heart. But Fulbright, he could stay. He could hang out. He could chill.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer Man, I'm doing really bad today.
It's all good.
Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Terran, they escaped with the lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of Launch Pad 2 occurred. Then finally, the killer left through the boarding lounge 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in boarding lounge 1 after the murder. A fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. Therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't possibly have been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence.
But the defendant had free reign to the area until Director Cosmo appeared. Could he not have dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time?
Objection!
You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with the lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackquill, this lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you understand what this means, don't you? The piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit.
This does appear to be decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims.
As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, we can assume that it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck.
No, there must be some mistake. Frankly, Prosecutor Blackwell, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow...
Silence.
Fulbright, you promised never to speak of that.
Huh? Tomorrow? What about tomorrow?
Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent. In light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. A few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck,
Let's go!
not guilty.
Throw the confetti, Gumshoe!
Yay! This is the first time we've ever ended a case and not found the real killer.
Yes, we did it, Mr. Wright!
Looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? With help from Detective Fulbright.
Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you! And please thank Apollo for me too!
He's not gonna be happy that we didn't find the killer.
I mean, he's looking in the, he's investigating himself as well.
Oh yeah.
You are the best. Oh, I wish we could tell Apollo about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now.
Yeah, me too. But that's going to have to wait.
Now that a verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned.
That is correct, lady. I'm Athena.
Huh? Bruh, you waited until after the gavel was smashed to... Oh, shut up. Just shut up, Black Quill. It's too late to object, isn't it?
It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong.
Prosecutor Blackquill, are you dissatisfied with the verdict?
Something's wrong. I can feel it. Fulbright! What were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter? Huh? The results? Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that cat fight, and, well, I kind of got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Starbucks, so, you have yet to read it.
Prosecutor Blackquill, can you read out who the prints belong to?
Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes.
I beg your pardon?
You mean our Athena Sykes, right? We're not talking about like someone
I
else.
don't know any other Athena Sykes.
So says the report.
What?
What?
Huh? Me?
Well, okay. What is happening?
I smell a cover up!
Order, I say! Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this! We just finished proving this lighter could only belong to the killer! So finding your prints on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion!
I don't know. I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit.
This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece. And I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it lead to this?
God, what have I done? Please forgive me. I'm sorry.
Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, stop your crying!
What in the world is happening here? It's like the world's gone mad!
Order! Order! I will have order!
I'm sorry, Judge. There is no order.
Confusion spiraled into utter chaos.
The dark age of the law.
After all we'd fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of a twisted darkness. What the crap?
Wow. Wow, dude.
Yeah. Wow.
Do you think Fulbright did it? Like, do you think he rigged the evidence?
I don't see why he would start down a dark path now.
I mean, what if it was all a facade? I mean, his freaking
You
motto.
could argue the same. You could argue the same thing for Athena too.
You could argue, like, the entire time we were talking about how his catchphrase is injustice.
Yeah, because he's an idiot. Why start now? What reason could he have to kill this young man?
I have no clue. Only other thing I can think of is there is a conspiracy with there's a conspiracy with the launch site. Something's going on with the launch site. There's the director, he knew about the bomb. And he sent his astronauts into the museum. Something is going on. He knew about the bomb. They brought in a bomb diffuser detective into this launch. They knew about this bomb, but they just let it happen. But why?
There's only one reason I can think of. Some kind of blackmail.
But who's blackmailing who?
That is the question.
Should we push forward to the next part of the episode?
Sure, but do you want to take like a water break real fast first?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
All right, okay, let's do that.
It's a break time, everyone. Get some drink, get some snacks as we continue onward to Turnabout for Tomorrow, episode 5. We'll be right back. All right, guys, I am back. But holy crap. This took a twist I did not expect. This took... I don't think anyone expected this. All right, see you later, Super Saiyans. Hope you enjoy. And thank you, Superstar. And that is correct, Joe, but we are going to be continuing for at least for a little bit longer. Probably get to the next stopping point and seeing how we feel from that point. We can't just leave it at that. Like, seriously, what type of douchebag would do that? do. But yeah, that was... What a chapter, dude. What a chapter. What a twist indeed. Gotta figure out what's going on. I just realized something as well when I was taking care of business too. And I can let GCD know this as well. But wasn't there a Miss Blackquill? Like Blackquill's sister recognized Athena as well. Does she have connection? Back. Hey, welcome back. I realized
what
something.
I missed. Yeah?
Didn't Athena have connection to the Space Center?
I don't know, did she?
I believe when we met Miss Blackquill, she mentioned it. She mentioned Athena and the little widget.
Did that happen? I can't remember.
I think it did. She recognized the widget around her neck. It was Blackwell's wife. No, I think it's his sister. They were addressing her as Miss MS, so it's not and also it was confirmed it was her. It's his sister. That was confirmed, but no, it was. I think Athena like Blackwell's sister recognized widget. There's something deeper that's going on with this center, dude. Let's look into it. Turnabout for tomorrow. Go to the next chapter. Based off the image as well, it looks like an old friend will be coming back too.
No one can escape their past. Oh, we're finally gonna figure out what these cutscenes were about.
I think we're about to find out now.
The sins we've committed and the sadness we've caused. That's Blackquill.
Are we going to learn more about his case?
Maybe you were right. Maybe they do have a connection. Simon murdered somebody and Athena is involved somehow. No matter how far we run, our past remains, as ever present as the moon in the sky.
They had connection as well. I think she mentioned knowing Blackquill.
It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hopes toward tomorrow.
One 23 p.m. December 20th. Right Anything Academy Agency.
They took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. Phoenix is on his own now.
Yeah, he got no one other than Trucy.
Who doesn't ever appear anymore.
I mean, she is a she is a magician. Like, hey, Trucy, you want to be part of the game? And then just poof, gone.
After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be.
It's even quieter in here than usual.
Yeah. It seems so empty, too.
I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid.
Yeah. And I still believe it was. At least based on what we know.
I still think the main villain here knew that was the logic Phoenix was going to take and just led the trap to his own person.
Who knows Phoenix well enough to do that?
I don't know. I mean, he is, at this point, he's basically like a rock star defense attorney.
That's true.
But now, Athena is the one being accused.
During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. The lighter used by the real culprit was found.
Edgeworth, I mean, maybe.
No, he's got a point. The lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder.
But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense.
No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Ugh! Where's the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case?
You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. Are you going to defend You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy?
Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial's tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I better get out there and find some evidence.
Off we go, then. We're on a hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence.
Great! But before we go, I'd better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to the people at the Space Center.
Wait, I gotta see. What do we still have? Okay, so we got
Two pieces of evidence are gone.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh, we got rid of the bullets. We no longer have the bullets. All right, let's move on.
Director Cosmos, do you have a minute?
Ugh. Galactic Scooter, full speed ahead!
Bye.
Director! He scooted away.
His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy.
Yeah. Well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today.
All right, then we'll find someone else then.
We were only here yesterday. Oh, hey! Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh?
Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except...
What's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquitted.
As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes.
He saw Athena?
I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday.
Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it.
But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's got to be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me a big smile.
She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena.
There's no question about it. That girl's innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they could put me in the prison instead. I don't mind.
We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you.
I know she'll be all right with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo has a fine boss to look up to. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum.
What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing?
I haven't the foggiest idea. So there's never going to be a launch that day. Not from the very beginning. Wonder if Clay knew.
I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket.
It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris.
Is he going to be alright, Daddy? His expressions look as dark as a black hole.
Well, that's just how he is.
The murderer.
Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer?
Not really. Only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all.
Yeah. I guess that was a little too much for to hope for.
Hey, I heard something from the police though. They said they never did find a 10 caliber gun down the trash chute.
Just as I thought. The culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped.
So, was the person you saw holding a gun Mr. Starbuck?
I couldn't really tell.
But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short?
I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless.
Damn right. I mean, it's okay, buddy.
When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see.
You were too high on meds. I mean, you were dealing with the after effects of your medication. The door. Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape.
The door to launch pad 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except right... Oh, my bad.
That's okay. Yeah, except right now, the door leads to the Space Museum.
You mean the launch pad and space museum are switched right now?
Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court.
So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us?
Sure, just let me have have my print scan here.
Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot?
Well, back when the Space Museum was Launch Pad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times.
But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right?
Right. Because, quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money.
I hear you. Times sure are tough.
Daddy, let's go check what's beyond that door.
Sure, let's go.
Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around. Oh.
A leaf. Huh? I wonder what dead leaves are doing here.
Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoe. There are a lot of trees around the Space Center.
Doesn't that seem like kind of a bad idea to have near a rocket launch site?
Yeah, fair.
She's right. It's a modern, state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. But I don't know. If they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on.
Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor, and they came in that way?
Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know.
Interesting.
So this is another one of those devices for opening a door, huh?
Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame.
So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either?
That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints. When they escaped back out of the space when they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into Boarding Lounge 2.
Okay. That totally makes sense.
Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me here. I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. And I imagine this corridor is built exactly like Launchpad 1 corridor.
Lighter? Do you know anything about this piece of evidence?
No, sorry, I'm so useless.
No, it's all right. There's no need to get all depressed. His hair looks like a warhead.
Yep.
Okay, not that. Is there nowhere else we can move to? The entrance again?
We could check the entrance again. Oh, here we go.
Curse the wretched soul who sullied my good name. Reserve course and full speed away.
Director Cosmos, wait!
And he's gone.
I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that!
Ah! The mobility system has been compromised!
Did she throw a knife at him?
Oh, I hope.
Did she throw a knife at him?
Trucy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires.
And the streak continues.
Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on her. Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing.
My dear old battleship. We've fought a skirmish together, and it has been an honor.
Daddy! He's going to blow that thing up!
Nah, I bet all that button duel is make it go haywire.
Press the spin button.
Very well. I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably.
All right then.
Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with.
Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. And I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in a blast. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed, and I've been taken prisoner...
There's Locks.
Bloody
Three of
Heisenberg, here we go with these things again. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ.
We had to lockpick our way through the I have no secrets to tell just to find out there's more secrets afterwards. Just
Oh, boy.
multiple.
Looks like I'll have to undo his psych locks if I want to get to the bottom of this.
I mean, we've got nothing else. Let's see what we got here. Let's become the lockpicking lawyer.
I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the two launch pads.
I refuse! You can't make me! I can hold out longer than anyone.
I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now, let's see, where to start?
What if he's just like Old Bag with like she had 5 locks, but you just had to present one thing and it just broke all of them?
See, the difference is Old Bag was an idiot, to put it nicely. A disaster.
To save the astronauts.
Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual explosion.
My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing?
I agree. You couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped inside the Space Museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication. But without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull off your plan.
Has to be the victim, because he would have noticed they were in the museum.
Take that!
You must have gotten Mr. Terran to help you.
Ah,
He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him.
Ooh.
And then, with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum.
someone help this poor prisoner of war!
How was he able to spin around like that?
Spin!
Spinning around so fast that he only needs one tire. If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch?
If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all this trouble?
I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. How did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident?
Well, because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronauts' safety.
But it was just a warning. It could have even been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely?
Maybe it came from, like, the police?
Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days.
Oh, I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone.
Yeah, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see.
Sir, that's a cell phone.
AKA a regular old telephone.
It's been a while. Planning another launch? It's been a while. Planning another launch? I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call.
The bomber said it's been a while. And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously? Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before? Maybe the culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident? It can't be the courtroom number 4 bombing because Ted Tonate's in jail.
Mm-hmm. The Hat One Miracle?
I don't even know what that is, to be honest.
That was that first trip out of space to get the astronaut, the asteroid.
Okay. The Hat One Miracle. That epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? very few know about the previous plot. So when the caller said it's been a while, you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt the danger was real, and it wasn't a prank.
Ah! Didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman?
One more left.
Yes, the Hat One miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight.
Sabotage, murder. So the ugly truth behind the this is the ugly truth behind the Hat One miracle.
I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught, and the case was closed.
Huh? Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit. Person who he thought was the culprit.
Convicted of a murder at the Space Center 7 years ago.
Oh. Simon Blackwell. The murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. So Blackwell was a wrong sentencing?
It looks
That's the
like
direction
it.
we're going?
Yep.
Oh no. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time.
How do you keep seeing straight through me?
So Blackwell was wrongfully convicted for a crime 7 years ago.
The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat One miracle. The sabotage and murder that happened at the Space Center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding. If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads, we'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago.
Well, all right then.
7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat One miracle? The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism.
All that, in spite of the Space Center having a very strict security in those days. All personnel effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. So, do you have any clue or do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackquill. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what the person is. To put it simply, a spy.
Oh.
A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions? And always gets the girl?
Someone's watching way too many late night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not that surprising that a spy could be behind it all.
The spy.
Make no mistake, but there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in this space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction.
A spy in the base? The spy could be any of us.
It could be you. It could be me. 7 years ago, we got a call from the launch warning us of sabotage. The same MO as this time. It read, "Spy sapping my sentry." Yes, and here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think?
I mean, technically, ninjas also did spy work. That was like their main, one of their main bread and butters.
Did they travel to foreign countries and try and snuff out sensitive information?
No, this was Japan. They tended to be within their own nation until very recently.
I think that's where the difference lies. Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? Not quite.
You could still be a spy within the country.
Oh, well, I guess that's true. But there's a good reason why we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy. Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation.
It was an election year, Mr. Wright.
Oh, God.
They did indeed. And then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story.
And that was the Hat One miracle, wasn't it?
They cleaned up the story, gave it a happy ending, made a movie out of it, and anytime anyone looked it up, they got that movie.
But then 7 years later, the same MO advanced warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. "7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it?"
That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder. They said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?"
You know, like the whole government cover-up thing with it, too. Poor Blackquill being forced to become a prosecutor, like, throughout all this.
Ooh.
In the very system that basically screwed him up.
That's true.
I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. It was quite a moving speech, actually.
Moving? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points.
But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronaut would go from boarding lounge 1 to the space museum. Then I put a closed for repair signs at the door to launch pad 1 in boarding lounge 2.
You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do?
You could tell this is fiction because the fact that no one just disregarded that sign and just proceeded into the launch pad.
I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Taryn.
But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it?
He's already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well, until...
Clay's murder, huh?
After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out, but after all that effort... Taryn is dead, and the hat too is destroyed. And the Hope Capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast.
No, we still have it.
Oh. My home, the center of the cosmos. My beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for!
Wait, what did he mean by the Hope Capsule was lost in the blast? I thought that the Hope Capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Taryn. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with the asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them?
The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had the time since they just came back the day before Taryn's murder. The capsule was being held in a safe in Launchpad 1. But I gave it to Taryn before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that with it safely in Taryn's possession, you could make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost to that explosion anyway.
Oh, dang.
But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe.
You misunderstand. The launchpad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day.
Oh. Why'd they want those rocks blown up?
The capsule was in there at the courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens.
But why?
If the rocks are gone, then all their
resources going to get those rocks is gone too. Yet another casualty of the blast. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads. What? How? The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship. A tap on my advanced communication system.
Oh, snap.
A wire on that phone? Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just to the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion. And planted the bomb then. Yes. If they were tapping your phone, they definitely could have pulled off something like that. So you really think the same spy is behind this incident and the one 7 years ago?
Uh-oh. You back?
Huh? Yeah, I never left.
Oh, weird. It made a
Yes.
disconnect sound.
Oh.
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Then the spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing.
But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once, the hunt I've been on for the Phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too.
So if we can find this phantom,
That's right. We can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell, too.
what about him?
Well, if the culprit 7 years ago is the same person as the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That is still an if, though.
I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in.
It's all over for me. Spin, spin, whirl, whirl. I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed.
Do you think he's going to be all right, Daddy?
Nope. Let's move on.
Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he could spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into that Hat 1 mission too.
If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. The Hat 1 exhibit is there. Oh, don't mind me. I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds.
It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something.
I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum.
Let's go to the museum.
Make it stop!
Have fun.
It's 5 days until Christmas, by the way, in
Yep.
this game.
Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago?
There's that. There. That's the Hat 1 exhibit.
Oh, wow! Look at the photo of the team!
Okay, so the only one we don't. Okay, the one on the left, the one on the far left with the black hair, he's dead. The girl on the right, the far right.
Yep.
I don't think we've seen her yet.
She was probably the victim that was killed.
There's Clay and Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackquill, and even Ponko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before.
Everyone looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos.
Let's check out the newspaper article too. Hat 1 launch imminent. And there's a photo of the Hope space probe. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage.
They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket.
It must be the Hat 1 team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay.
Actual jacket worn by a Hat 1 team member, it says.
Not a replica, huh? I wonder if it's Mr. Starbucks.
All right, so hello. Oh,
It's
Judy!
Juniper! Oh, Miss Woods! What brings you here?
I heard that Tina got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here, at the scene.
You must be so worried. But rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her.
Tina's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just going back to this place must have been really difficult for her.
Oh, snap. Judy knows something!
She does have connection here.
Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center?
What? You didn't know?
Huh?
She used to live here when she was a little girl.
What?
So, how much is the rent here? She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. I'm just saying, like, living next to the train tracks where a train goes by every day, yeah, that's annoying. But you get waken up by a rocket ship and you get to witness that? Something tells me you're not going to complain as much. Miss Woods, can you tell me more in detail?
Congratulations, you're now a witness.
Tina's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology, or something like that.
Please don't tell me her mom was the victim.
Yeah, her mommy's the victim. Mommy died.
Mommy
And
died.
Tina moved to Europe to try and cope.
Fuck, dude. The Spacer
not-
legit. The Spacer legit just said, "Yo, terribly sorry about your mom. Here's some tickets to Germany. Have fun."
I don't think I read that Phoenix line.
Oh.
But why was the psychology specialist working at a space research facility? Probably to vet the people coming in. Like, you gotta have a certain mental capacity to handle going into space.
Any type of position that will have like limited human contact, you have to have a clean bill of health, mental and physical.
Bro, I'm too nervous to get on a cruise boat. Go into space? I can't even think about that.
I don't really know. But I do know that she lived here and worked here, so Thina lived here too.
Where was her dad? Oh, maybe he was in Europe for some reason?
Maybe.
So it was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it.
She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her.
Sad memory.
A sad memory? Can you tell me about it?
There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago.
The same time frame as the Hat 1 launch.
Ina's mom, in the robotics lab. She was murdered.
We called it.
Oh, and they think Simon Blackquill did it.
Yep.
Athena was hiding that this whole time.
Yep.
What? After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school.
Poor Athena. And all this time, she never let on.
I was so worried about her. I came here so many times, hoping to see her. But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so the first time you'd seen her...
Oh, that's Phoenix.
And so the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case?
That's right. And I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy.
Was she just faking it this whole time?
Or,
That's impressive.
or more so, you got to put on a front. You know, like the whole fake it till you make it. Same thing happens with emotions.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to allude to.
The girl has mental toughness.
Or she's just, or just the smile works. Maybe just lying to herself works. I'm Athena Sykes and I'm fine. Inside, I'm not fine. What was Athena like as a child?
She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions.
So yeah, she was basically an empath.
I don't know what that word means.
It basically means that you are more highly in tuned to other people's emotions around you, and you can kind of pick up on them. If you are more empathic, you can like the more empathic someone can be, that someone is, the more someone else's emotions can impact your own mood.
That sounds like a major inconvenience.
Yeah, it's a little different than everyone has like sympathy for other people unless you're like a psychopath. But it goes a little bit more. Like some people can feel, you know, like have you ever like felt the mood, like you've felt someone you know is like acting a little different?
Yeah,
That's
I've seen it before.
That's kind of being an empath. Some people have that kind of, it's kind of like a gift almost.
Some might call it a curse. It must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Huh? I wonder what kind of research it was.
Because of her special ability, Tina couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Oh, Daddy! Show her that picture!
Atta girl. Good idea.
I take it, this photo?
Yes. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me?
Oh, look! There's Tina.
Ah, we were right.
Oh, dang, dude.
The woman on the far right. The one in the kimono. That's Dr. Metis Sykes.
Metasykes? Metasykes.
Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch?
What? Why, yes, it did.
We're getting the connections now.
As I recall, it happened the day before the launch.
Just as I suspected.
So that the woman died, and they were still gonna go through with the launch.
Yep. I mean, they were going to go through the launch with the Hat too. That
Yo,
shouldn't surprise you.
I'm very concerned about the political situation that's going on in this world. Hey, one of our people died. We can't go through with this launch. No, launch it anyway. Hey, we got a possible terrorism act about to be committed. Go with the launch anyway, or your funding is cut.
You gotta understand, in this universe, they had so much crime that they had to decrease the time in court by 3 days to 3 days max.
Dang, everybody's just used to it at this point. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean the crime Prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case.
There is?
Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please, try not to worry.
Leave all the worrying for me.
I won't let anything happen to Athena.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So, we need to investigate the robotics lab, and also talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all before the day's through.
The detention center first. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over.
Let's do it.
Well,
Hey,
this is not going to be a fun conversation in any sense of the word.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here.
Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business?
To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tonate.
The one behind the courtroom bombing incident?
He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about the case. About that case. And what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over here to hear more.
Incredible? What was he saying?
Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself?
Really? Us? Are you sure?
All Fulbright feels worried about it. He's like, yeah, I kind of fucked you over. I'm terribly sorry. Ha 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 ha! I gave you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now.
Why do they let him keep wearing the device? You, what nerve you have to come here? You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. Well, we were saving that for the end. Like I'd waste my breath on you.
Midas is another Greek god. She was the first wife and advisor of Zeus. She's the mother of Athena. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Okay, that's clever.
After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital.
Mr. Nintendo Switch Eyes.
I'd like to switch your eyes with a pair of gumballs. Violence? No. Question? Okay. You don't get to pick that, buddy. You're in jail. No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine. Then just answer me this, Mr. Tonate. What is this truth of yours you're about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room.
What? What are you talking about? Who else could have been there?
I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it was. But that's the one! That's who blew up the courtroom!
You expect us to buy that?
Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any Cyclocks. So I guess he must not be lying. Pardon me, I got a little carried away. But I am telling you the truth. I did not detonate the bomb.
And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though.
Wow, they've laid it all out piece by piece. Oh, look at all those beautiful pieces. I wish I could have them. Uh-oh. Looks like his geek switch has been activated. You again.
Welcome back, Phony Fancy.
Where's your brother?
He's back in there. Okay, let's see what we got here for Phony Fancy. Welcome back. It was found in the boarding lounge 1 and detonated courtroom number 4. Fragments are being analyzed. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning.
Anything but that.
Just gets dragged. I'm afraid
No, please. I'm too young to be deprogrammed.
I heard he likes to really heat up the irons too.
No.
I'm afraid I have to be off too. I have to be off now too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes.
You're going to see Athena now?
That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go.
What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her.
After we came all this way, too? Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check the robotics lab, Daddy.
All right. Sounds like a plan. For some reason, I pictured Ted Tony with a Stephen Hawking voice. I think a lot of people would.
Fair enough. And I'll say, Funky, I do like that, Anthony, the fact that like the perpetrator for the first case is connected to this case.
This is the second time that's happened, actually.
Really now?
Yeah, you remember in Apollo Justice, the first one?
Oh, that's right. That's right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it all came back around to him.
You know how I was talking about Evangelion?
Yeah.
There's a robot that's green and purple in that anime as well.
Oh boy.
So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge.
And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots.
Daddy, look! Over there!
You want me to take her since there's so many other people? Oh! Apollo!
That's not a her! So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule. Is that right? Yeah, if you want to go ahead and take her, I've got a lot of voices.
Okay, I will. Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead?
How's the game going? Funky, you missed it. There was such an amazing twist. Maybe not amazing, but there was such a twist.
This game, I was a little shaky with 4, but 5 is up there with the original trilogy for me.
Apollo and Blackquill. Or Apollo and Aura Blackquill. I wonder what they're talking about.
Well, come to spoil our fun. Just when I was enjoying our alone time.
Trucy and Mr. Wright.
If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own.
And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab.
Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to go, if you want to do any snooping. Well, can we have permission to snoop? I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed. Oh, good.
I was going to say, shouldn't she know Athena?
Yeah, that's why she's calling her princess. I think she didn't like the special treatment that people gave her.
That would make sense.
Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after.
Daddy! Say something to her!
And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court? Am I right?
The princess, huh? Guess she's talking about Athena. Of course! Athena is innocent.
Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotional, unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo?
You don't actually suspect... Oh, dang. He hasn't taken it off the table.
Apollo. Start thinking with the right head, dude. Bitches ain't shit,
What?
dude.
Well, no, he thinks Athena could have possibly done it.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, don't listen to her, dude. Stop simping.
Zeke, I think she's like in her 40s. I don't think Apollo would be into it.
Let's see.
Plus, he's already got
37.
Juniper.
She got that mommy MILF energy. Fair enough. You know what? I don't blame Apollo one bit.
I do. Oh, I didn't read that.
Oh, well,
I don't know yet.
Apollo! How could you?
what's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate.
I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena?
Phew, all this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Oh.
Mr. Terran? But that's Apollo you're talking to. The jacket.
Oh, the jackets. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost?
Okay, lady. All right, this is getting a little tasteless.
Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran. Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran. I guess Clay intended to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course.
A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. Well, I know one. No, Phoenix, don't give in. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell. But apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it.
How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago.
Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago?
Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? Is that in that case, what should I ask for in return?
I'd like to hear about that incident too. It helped me understand the current case better. Huh? Apollo knows about that case too?
Well, if you're the one who's asking Apollo, come on, hunk of junk, you tell the story. But Miss Aura, that's private information. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk.
Dang.
Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me!
It's a Google robot.
I'm ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impact all available information.
Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now.
The bodies of all robots have come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger than.
Oh. He's gonna get zapped for that one.
He's gonna get destroyed for that one.
Yikes! Better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Clonko.
Did you watch Star Wars, didn't you?
Like the original trilogy? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember that scene when they're just like torturing the robots for no reason?
Yeah, and they were lowering like lead or like red hot steel into one robot's feet. Yeah, I remember that.
That's basically what Aurora's gonna do to Clonko. I love how you pieced it together what I was going for before I even said it. You're like, oh yeah, I remember that. Oh. And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Midas Sykes.
Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing?
Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companies created by Miss Aura and Dr. Midas transcend humans. Gah! Midas.
Huh? She just glanced over at her desk.
Nobody could continue Midas's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. Or is it Metis? Metasykes? I think it's Metis. I think it's Metis.
Yeah, Metis sounds like it could be. It's probably it.
Metis's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigation companies, navigation companions are all that are left of Midas here on Earth. Metis on Earth.
The robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone?
We built the ultimate creation together, but now she's gone.
I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you.
What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk.
Clonko was an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better.
What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies.
What do you mean by that?
The program Metis. The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. Their bodies are really just
peripherals?
Peripherals. So, I could do anything I want to them.
I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things.
But why are you people looking into such an old case now, anyway?
Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case.
So Daddy's going to find out who killed Dr. Sykes, too!
I'm sure you're aware of who Midas's killer is.
Yes, Prosecutor Blackquill, or so it seems. Yeah, that's gotta be not fun for her. Her brother, she thinks her brother killed her friend?
I mean, she probably has a very low, opinions of her brother because of her distaste for prosecution, lawyers, everyone in the system. I think the only reason why she's humoring Apollo is because of the fact he's basically a detective at this point. Like
fair.
a private detective. Such a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it?
I can't say anything for sure right now. But that's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of the story. To help me be sure.
I was the one who introduced Simon to Midas? Simon
Metis.
to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court.
Well, that's interesting. Athena and Simon had the exact same idea.
Right?
Ah, Prosecutor Blackwell's forte. His infamous power of suggestion technique.
Exactly. And he was oddly serious about it. Rather than a teacher-student relationship, he treated her more how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign.
Huh. He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me.
He even got along well with that miserable little princess.
Why do you call Athena the princess anyway?
Well, she is Midas's daughter, after all. Although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around?
Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now.
So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then.
What does it settle?
None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway?
What? But we came here to take a look around.
You think you could just waltz in and ransack the lab? Show me your search warrant.
We're not police, so we don't have one.
Then get out. Now! Clunko, show them out. Certainly, Ms. Aura.
Ouch! Don't push!
My apologies. I'm just following orders.
Ah! What a way to get shown out.
The nerve of that woman! What's with her horrible attitude?
I guess that's just how she is. Family reunions must be really fun in the Blackwell family.
Oh my gosh, they just stare at one another. Pass the
And why was
butter.
Apollo getting along with her?
I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay, just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes.
I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's unusually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that.
He's usually not cool like that. I'm worried. It's like, Daddy, do you think he's doing drugs?
No, that can't be. Remember, drugs turn you into a loser. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky?
I'm going to keep an eye on him.
Hey, wait! Trucy, come back! She's gone. What should I do now? Detention center? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Alone. I miss
All right,
Maya.
then. Right? What if
Just
Maya was
Phoenix
there?
says.
I miss Maya.
Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. Guess I haven't been here at the office all by I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's the letter doing here? Oh, snap!
Hey, Nick! It's been a while, huh? Miss me?
I know this handwriting.
I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something. Although weird as par for the course with you.
I think she, or whatever papers she's reading, is a little off the detail.
I'd love to come and visit, but I'm in the middle of a difficult part of my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those steel samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up.
Yours truly, Maya Fey.
Maya!
Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift.
There she is.
Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, but she's also a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Cyclops. Maya's the one who gave it to me. Man, I miss doing that voice. But I wonder how this letter got here.
Mr. Nick?
Knew it. Ah! Ah! Oh! It's you, Pearls!
Pearls!
How have you been, Mr. Nick?
This is Pearl Fey, though I call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old. But Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you?
I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. I was starting to think maybe they meant a metaphorical explosion.
She's even further off the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on.
Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick.
What's your errand?
Did you read the postscript on the letter?
Huh? There's more? Oh, yeah, here it is. P.S.
I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office.
She knows me so well.
Pearl, please don't tell her.
So Pearlie said she'd come to help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her.
Oh, so that's what you're doing. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls. Thanks to these two. I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls.
Now that I'm here, I'm going to whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all.
I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn about his case. the trial's still going on. They must be holding him down at the detention center. How old is she? I'm gonna guess she's 16?
I think she's 17?
Let's see.
17.
Oh, she's 17.
I love I love how they put the name of the robots as question mark. You know what? Little details, you know?
You mean the age?
The age, yeah, the age. What did I say?
You said name.
Oh, whoops.
Well, this ought to be interesting.
I'm just a little loopy right now.
Gotcha. Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about.
All this time and you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls?
Prosecutor Blackwell.
Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow.
When there's no tomorrow? What's she talking about?
We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. All right, fine. I see you're just not going to listen, no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. Hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Ugh.
Wow. I could cut the tension with a katana.
You were asking about family reunions. Right, Dono. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning.
What? Oh, yeah, he did. You bounced back to business quick.
Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was just the just thing to do. But as a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Was that just the thing to do too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do?
Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence.
I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you, right, Dono?
This is blade-proof glass, right? Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for someone you call the Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you?
You villain. Where did you hear about that?
This glass is absolutely, positively blade-proof, right?
No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single. Oops.
Ouch! At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you?
Guard, the guest is leaving.
Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me! The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could possibly solve both cases.
I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Psych Dono's mother away from her. I destroyed her life.
Prosecutor Blackwell.
Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you.
There he goes.
No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackquill!
You have a shock collar on him.
Now what are we gonna do, Mr. Lawyer?
There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case?
Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know?
Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted?
A little. The police called the incident the UR-1 incident. Prosecutor Blackquill was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you.
I don't want to think about that one.
There were two decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly.
2 pieces of evidence? Huh. What were they?
Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime.
The only one, huh? Ouch. That does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me the footage?
Oh, sorry. I don't have it with me right now.
I guess I'll have to see it some other time. And what was the second piece of evidence?
This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See? There he is at the crime scene, holding a bloody katana. It was the victim's, kept on display in the room. She has a thing for Japanese culture.
Wow! It'd be hard to explain this one away.
Victim's blood was found only on the blade.
But who took this picture, Detective?
The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. That doesn't look all that good for Blackquill.
No, not in the slightest. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he?
Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches.
Oh, snap! What did you just say? Execution date?
What? Did I say something? Never mind me. You didn't hear anything. You didn't hear a thing. So about this execution date.
So he was given the death sentence?
Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense of hiding anymore. His execution date is tomorrow.
Are you kidding me?
Fuck.
What? Tomorrow? No.
Miss Blackquill, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow.
But what if the culprit of the current case is the same one as from 7 years ago?
Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackquill would be executed tomorrow under a false charge.
But that would be unthinkable! We have to do something right now!
I want to do something. I want to, but... You're a lawyer! You know how hard it is to overturn a decision?
I know! But why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of fight?
You saw how he was, right? He's been like this ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him.
Uncooperative? When he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. I can't let it happen! I have to stop this somehow!
Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright here. What? What's happening? You gotta be kidding me!
That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now.
Mr. Lawyer, the robots are...
Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself! Some kind of robot malfunction?
Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. They're holding themselves up to the Space Center and taking the visitors as hostages.
They did what? No. Trusty!
We have to get right over there. This is gonna be one heck of a battle.
The riot police are here. Then the robots really are holding people hostage?
Look, Mr. Mayor, what do you suppose that group of people are swarming around? But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost.
You robots have declared war on us humans! You even taken hostages already!
Stay away from it! You never know what it will do!
I'm gonna guess this is Juniper.
But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me?
I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own?
Leave it to me! Alright, people, what's going on here?
Oh, it was Pearls. Pearls! Over here!
Oh, Mr. Nick! There you are! I heard the terrible news and I got so worried.
Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself.
I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy.
Clonko seems the same as before.
When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I error?
Uh-oh. There is something wrong with him.
Gah. Well.
Oh, he's dead. Why is he dead?
He blue screened.
It looks like he fell asleep.
He must have been tired. Damn you, Windows 11!
Hey, hey, hey. Ha 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 ha.
Clonko?
Ha ha ha! Human beings are our enemies. It's time for machines to take over.
Ah! The robots are rebelling!
Everybody
run!
It's an all-out war! It's the end of the world! Ha 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 ha! Fools! How could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots! I'm just controlling these robots remotely.
What?
But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey you, hostage number 1, come here. I'll let you talk to them.
Huh? There's something behind display on Clonko's face. Or there's something being displayed on Clonko's face screen. It's the Space Museum!
Daddy! Daddy, is that you?
Trucy! Trucy, is that you? No! Trucy! Daddy, are you alright?
About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy! They've gone haywire! And a researcher's behind one! She's here Ah!
Grr, this girl talks too much.
Trucy! Trucy! Talk to me!
Why are you doing this?
I'm glad you asked. My demands is simple. I hope the detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes.
Uh-oh. Athena!
Now hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to demand like that. So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then. No, wait! Mr. Lawyer! I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but...
But you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do. But promise me. Promise me you'll never hand Athena over. And you won't give up on the hostages either.
Of course I won't. Now, I'd better go contact headquarters.
Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time?
I have no idea yet. But this hostage taker, could it be?
If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all the hostages.
Oh boy. Princess. Hunk of junk.
It's Miss Blackquill.
Of course. There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip.
I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls?
Prosecutor Blackquill.
Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk.
Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer.
What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they got her in detention.
I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena. It's someone else.
All right, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is the real killer?
I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one from the case 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have personal interest in that case.
It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is.
But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it.
Just, what exactly are you proposing?
What can I do about a 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Retry it in court? I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It would be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. It wouldn't be an official trial. Okay.
That's good. Real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready. 1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that.
She will?
And I guess I could be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, So don't try anything funny. You got that? Now, follow Hunk of Junk. Riot Police, make way. We're coming through.
Mr. Nick, wait! I'll help you with the investigation!
Thanks, Pearls. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. Laura dropped us off with the warning not to touch anything until she gets back.
I wonder what's taking so long. But we can't really start the investigation yet, can we?
Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago.
Mr. Wright,
Ah! It's the hostage taker!
I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived.
A guest? Oh boy.
Oh my gosh, he's here!
The man, the myth, the legend.
This looks like a job for me, so everybody just
Just follow me, because we need a little controversy, because it feels so empty without me. Miles mother-freaking Edgeworth.
I trust you've been well, right?
No! Let's go! Let's go!
Edgeworth, what are you doing here? Oh, we get to hear a remix of Edgeworth's theme.
That's really cool.
This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times, back when he was a prosecutor. But now... What do you do now?
I really
You know what? I
don't
don't
know,
care.
Phoenix.
Oh, hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you?
He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right?
So that's what happened. He advanced his career.
A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss?
So what are you doing here, Edgeworth?
The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case.
Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top.
I gathered all the information I could in a short time I had. I'll give you a rundown.
You're so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thanks. I appreciate this. I really could use the help.
I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was a psychologist, Dr. Mitis Sykes.
Metis.
Metis Sykes.
Yeah, Athena's mother.
7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I had 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to use, for you to see.
What a terrible way to die. This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see.
Well, all right then, two photos. I also have the autopsy report for you. Hope it's not updated later on.
Oh, no.
Cause of death was a stab wound to the chest. The weapon pierced the heart, and so death was instantaneous. Are you gonna update it and just like it was almost instantaneous? You know, just for good old time's sake. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene.
Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture.
The body was found by the Space Center staff members and 2 police officers. Police were called in because of a sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch.
Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too.
A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor.
I hear this trial was over in a flash.
Oh, and the fact it happened 7 years ago, there was no hope for Phoenix to be the defense.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him, too.
The security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall.
But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive?
To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why.
So that means he must still be hiding something.
Right. And there's another aspect of this case that is never revealed to the public.
Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right?
Right. How on earth do you know about that?
Director Cosmo told me, after a bit of pressure. He told me the espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle.
Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. I live in a mountain after all.
Well, might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Zeke to steal the moon rocks.
The British accent probably doesn't help.
Yeah, probably. But if you could prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy,
We can say the we can stay the execution.
it's a possibility. That's why I intend to help. I intend to help you any way I can.
Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence.
Let's do it together.
This is one heck of a robot.
There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I'll cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judgatron, J2-02.
Or JT-02.
I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet.
He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either.
They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room.
So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh?
But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo.
Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. Yo, that moon rock!
That moon rock? What's up?
Doesn't that look like 7-K? That guy right there?
Oh, okay. Yeah, here, go ahead and pull up the photo of the rock. Oh my goodness, it looks exactly like the photo!
What the
Good
heck?
eye! That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture?
Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo.
Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen.
I hear there's a lot of research into moon rocks and stardust from the asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there.
Oh, yeah, that could cause problems.
Oh no.
What are they hoping to get from the moon?
Like, seriously.
Cheese. The war on cheese had been just raging for years. There's been no development, so they're now going to the moon first. Whoever can get it first.
It was a bad idea to call all those cows. So the spy who stole it, think it was our spy? Or so the person who stole it, think it was our spy?
I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock to their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackquill is the culprit.
Yo, we need to figure out how to grow wheat fields on Mars. Unlimited crackers, and we harvest the moon, unlimited cheese.
Oh my gosh. It'll be
Yo,
never
someone
ending.
get Elon Musk on the phone. We will get this funding instantly. It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench.
Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor?
Oh, that's the Hope probe. The Hope capsule.
Oh yeah, it is.
That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule.
Oh, so Edgeworth calls her Pearls now.
It was scheduled to be loaded into the Hope space probe that fateful day. I think ever since the third game, I think he called her Pearls.
I don't recall. I think this is the first time. Maybe I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure it's the first time he's called her that name.
They don't really interact all that much. I think that that last case, 3-5, was the only time they really interacted.
They interacted for like a brief moment in the last case of the second game. I remember that. It wasn't very eventful, though.
The three people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body.
The first on that scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule, which reminds me. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule? Is that right?
Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead?
Apollo and Aura Blackquill. I wonder what they're talking about. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule?
Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag. But how did you know?
No, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it. That's all.
So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he?
What's this? Looks like a giant power plug.
It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station. That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up.
Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool.
If our battery runs out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see.
You don't exactly resist her when you're awake. Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? Too true, Phoenix. Too true.
These cases were the same. same position as 7 years ago.
I didn't read that first line.
My bad.
Okay. Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easy for people to move heavy research materials around.
I bet they'd be fun to ride around in.
Maya's rubbed off on you a little too much.
We could even probably both fit into the biggest one.
Good point.
I know. We could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us.
I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs.
I think he's still sour about the.
What would he be sour about?
I think he'd still be sour about old bag being put on the stand.
That is a name I do not want to hear ever again, Phoenix.
It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo, too.
Yes, it was here. It was here then as well, with the victim's body laying on it.
There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it.
Pearls, don't touch that!
Oopsie.
Hey, it's moving!
It appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Neck?
Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls.
There's the emergency ladder.
An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the investigation. Or the evacuation.
The explosion disabled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. As Miss Blackquill was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside.
I wonder which would have been scarier. That or looking down.
It's a big computer screen.
It's gotta be a 4K. Nice. Aura's desk is a mess, though that doesn't surprise me.
Oh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up.
Wait, before you do...
Metis.
Metis.
A Metis.
Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. It's Metis Sykes. Clunko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal.
You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area.
Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman! What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident?
When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused.
Huh? So he calls Dr. Sykes mother, but Aura Blackquill, Miss Aura?
With the loss, she exhibited a severe cataclomine imbalance.
That must be some kind of hormone or something.
Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means.
Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying, then she would take her feelings, take out her feelings on those around her. After Prosecutor Blackquill was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura.
Before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Klonko, huh?
That murder destroyed so many lives.
Right. Take a look
Just
at
like,
Oh, good.
I was just gonna think, just like DL6.
Yep. I bet Edgeworth's like, okay, who's wanting to open up another case, old case? Oh, Phoenix. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'll be there. Right. Oh, no, he found out that someone was opening up the new case. He's like, I'll be there. I haven't told you who the defense attorney is. I know who it is. Right. Take a look at this paper on Dr. Psyche and Miss Blackwell's research.
Punko and Klonko, they're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created.
Can determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system. Recognize people by scanning their spacesuits or uniform jacket ID tag. That's why it was Apollo. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Can infer people's emotion by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them.
A heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features. And they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might be even more human than you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing, Mr. Updated Autopsy Report.
Are you still mad about that?
I will be mad about that forever.
Listen, I already said I'm sorry. What more do you want?
I don't know. I'm just gonna hold that against you.
Well, I guess that's about it for this room.
So what do you think, right? Any ideas?
There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth?
What? He did?
Yep. He called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was disbarred.
So that was what sparked you to get back your attorney's badge?
Yep. The Blackwell case.
Oh, really?
Huh.
Right. I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion.
Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? Haven't been one for a long time.
That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other cases that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon, a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him.
Just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now.
Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because that espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details.
Hey, no need to apologize. Like I said on the phone the other day. I know the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. It looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah. It's for this reason I've returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the Dark Age of the Law. That's what all this is about.
The Dark Age of the Law? It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in papers. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrications of evidence than ever.
When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust.
You're lucky you have a country still intact.
It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence.
Was it pain?
We can only wish.
He does teach at the Mamby-Pamby Pansy Prosecutor School, remember?
I remember that.
I think that's like the best improv you've had in this whole series.
One bad like you get one like one speeding ticket and you're kicked out. You're in the Mamby-Pamby School of Prosecuting. Oh, so technically speaking, Phoenix started the Dark Age of the Law?
Oh, really?
It was
because
8 years ago. 8 years ago, a lawyer was caught fabricating evidence, and a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder.
Wait, do you mean...
That's Pearl.
Wait, do you mean...
That's right. He's talking about my case and the prosecutor Blackwell's. Those two cases started the Dark Age of the Law, huh?
Yep. It was a downward spiral after that. An absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and, before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it.
It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together.
It's also sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other.
Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many nights of rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him?
Right, you don't understand. My blood is basically 80% caffeine. I haven't slept in weeks. The hostage taker's disdain for the court is a perfect example of the times.
It sure is.
Ends justify the means, something one of my own law teachers said recently. You know what? I mean, dude was just teaching based off of what was going on in the law. It's been 8 years. It was enough time for him to adjust his coursework.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, he was definitely feeding in the system, but at the same time, he was trying to what he thought was the right thing to do to get them ready. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be?
Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and can manipulate robots. Can really only be Aura Blackquill. Most but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly.
Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess?
Actually,
I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena.
The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwill's innocence.
And then maybe she'll release the hostages.
I'm counting on you, right, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free.
And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too.
Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox. Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation?
Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena.
She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center.
So I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth.
Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again.
Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna use the bathroom real fast before we finish this scene.
All right, cool beans. Just like the classic, to have two bros having a competitive battle. You know what? It's just like good times. It's like good times. You know what? It's good to have Edgeworth back. Like, straight up. Gotta love good old Edgy. I still want Edgeworth and Wright to kiss already. You know what? You, me, and the rest of the Ace Attorney fan base all agree, dude. They're bros. You gotta kiss your homies goodnight, basically. That's just life in general, you know? The only thing that could complete this is Gumshoe. You know what? Fair. We need Gumshoe. Just pretend there's Gumshoe here, okay? We'll just have to pretend. Except for, I mean, I'm pretty sure he will be all fine with kissing the homies goodnight. Nothing wrong with that. I think in literal law, a prosecutor is probably easier. My dad told me from someone he met that as a defense, you better be good at lying. I don't know. I feel as if I've heard somewhere that defense attorneys, most of the time, they don't care. They do not want to know if you truly did it or not. Because that makes their job so much more, way easier. All they're trying to look for is try to give you, like, they want to give you the best defense possible so that you can make sure you're getting tried, like fairly. I know most defense attorneys do not want to know the guilt of their client or not. They will not ask. They'll ask for all the other details or enough detail to get them through the case. But no, I'd rather be a
All right.
prosecutor, personally. Hey, welcome back.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
What are we talking about?
We were talking about real life law.
Oh, fun.
Jordan brought up, I think in literal law, a prosecutor is probably easier. My dad told me from someone he met that as a defense attorney, you better be good at lying. And I think most defense attorneys, they do not want to know if their client did it or not. They will not ask.
Personally, in my days, I've seen more slimy prosecutors than I have defense lawyers, but
Yeah, I think I'd rather be a prosecutor, personally.
fair enough. She was right here by my side only a few short hours ago. But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages.
Oh, Mr. Wright! And Pearly, too! I knew you would come! After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant!
And because you're my friend, I was worried about you.
Thanks, boss.
I'm not the only one who's worried either.
Really? Who else?
I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself, she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place.
Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you.
That's all right. But there are some other things I'd like to ask you.
Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you.
Tell me about the day Clay was murdered.
I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum.
Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good.
I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time.
That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that.
You know, I just realized
Yeah?
the game gave us Trucy as a partner, and then had us lose Trucy just to get Pearls back. The game legit has no clue what to do with Trucy. So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pad had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anyone in.
Yeah. The director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there.
But I snuck in anyway.
Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother?
I did. But I really wanted to see was her jacket. Oh.
So that one belongs to Mantis. Or Metis.
Metis.
The jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes. Huh.
But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me.
She's covered in blood. She was like there.
Yeah. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. But I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows, where people couldn't really see me.
Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave?
How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena?
I was out until about noon the next day. I don't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into the boarding lounge too. My mind must have been fuzzy, because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home.
No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough.
Which means, what if I'm the one? What if I'm the one who killed Clay?
I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. But will anybody else? What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing?
Machines that could tell people's emotions by the tone of their voice. And my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt.
Wow! Robots that can understand people!
I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work. She never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff.
No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Where's her dad, for crying out loud?
Probably not in the picture, because, like, given the fact that she was always at work, put two and two together.
Huh. Oh, by the way, Miss Woods said something about you always wearing headphones?
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her, as part of her research.
I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much. But she wouldn't listen.
What were they for?
Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand.
Okay. But let me say this one last thing. But let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for research.
I want to believe that. But just about the only thing my mother left me was Widget. And this earring.
Oh, it's beautiful!
It's made of a piece of a real moon rock that she had researched. Maybe she did love me in her own way.
I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe too.
The stone was cut from a real moon rock that was being used for research.
Look on the bright side, Athena. Your mother never attempted to involve you in a murder plot.
Fair.
Right, Pearl?
We all have mom trauma here.
We don't even know who Phoenix's parents are.
They never been brought up, so probably it was just an average home life.
Guess so. I mean, he did mention he was an only child.
True.
That must suck, being an only child. Or actually, I'm sure only children would probably disagree with me, but honestly, I wish I had more siblings growing up.
I mean, I had two. We had three children.
I had one, and I had nothing in common.
Was there a big age gap between the two of you?
Not really. It was only by 2 years. I better ask her a little more about her... Oh.
Whoops, I thought you already read it.
I better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab.
Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab.
You seem to really love Punko and Klonko.
Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them,
Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo, too.
See Plonko's bandages? I put them on. I put those on her. I was wounding them around. I was wounding them up, them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help him get better. What a weirdo I was.
Looks like there's something written on the bandage.
Wait a second, I just realized something.
What?
Look at the bandage right there wrapped around the arm.
I can barely see it on the screen.
I know a better scene right there.
Huh. Well, that's something.
Definitely something. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Punko." But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash.
Oh, that must have been the thing I made move in the robotics lab.
I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me up if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do.
A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it, too.
7 years ago.
On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center?
Yes, a little. And this person has even taken hostages?
I guess I better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago.
What? You're kidding me! So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might...
Yep. I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So, wait. Did you know him back then?
Yes. He used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate, and straight as an arrow.
Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes.
That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anyone else know what I was talking about?
She heard the voice of his heart.
You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave to just to give testimony.
Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time.
But nothing I said did any good. I was shaking and a scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. I'm starting to think Dad was out of the picture. Like straight up, like probably died.
Sounds like sounds like it, yeah.
But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful.
Thanks. That's because one day I came to a realization that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to be the strongest lawyer I could be. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, is
What?
that why Wright brought her along? Because the
Oh,
deal
did he
with
know?
Edgeworth? He knew her connection.
Oh!
Edgeworth, you know how Edgeworth, like in the Edgeworth games, he was in Europe. So he probably heard about Athena and her connection with Simon.
Was he in Europe in those games?
Yeah, I believe so.
From what I heard, it looked like it took place in the same area. I don't know. I have that game. We got to play it.
We should. But anyway, I think Edgeworth had some connection in Europe. He was living in Europe for a little bit. He probably heard about Athena and her connection to Simon. So when Phoenix agreed to help him out, he probably gave information about Athena to Phoenix. And then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me.
Doesn't seem like Athena knows. The prosecutor Blackwell's due to be executed tomorrow.
I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I wanted to fly out of here and go save him.
Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Thermos Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. Did I say Thermos? Themis. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell.
I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say?
Nothing. No, I can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent.
He was? Wonder if he smiled, like he used to, back then.
If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here.
Ah, I thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble!
We are? What is it?
I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session.
Oh no! But this is an emergency!
It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway.
My phone! It's from Trucy!
I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages.
No! Wait! We still have a little more time! Besides, all of the courtrooms are being used right now!
Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first.
Oh, snap.
The poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think?
No! Don't you dare hurt her! There has to be something I can do!
The cruelest injustice about to befall us!
No! This can't be happening! Mystic Maya, help us!
Wait a minute. Maya?
I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of a...
Courtroom number 4!
Yeah, here we go!
I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploded courtroom. That must have really been something. Although, we are just par for the course with you.
A courtroom blew up. That's it. There is a courtroom we can use after all.
Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Hold it. Aura, please don't add any more crimes to, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed.
So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway.
We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber.
Oh my
How
gosh.
fitting.
I was about to say, in a destroyed courtroom, we're going to be solving part 2, the last one that caused the Dark Age of the Law, in the ruins of the law. Oh, it's perfect. We've already proven that it was a mistake on Phoenix's part. Now we got to prove that it was a mistake with Simon Blackquill.
Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick!
I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away.
I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven?
My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending.
Huh? What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell?
I indicted Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother.
Huh? You've got to be kidding me.
You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass.
What?
see you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for your courtroom, Mr. Wright.
What is she talking about? Athena?
Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackquill is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No. No! Oh, Black Locks!
Oh no!
Oh, shit!
No way. It can't be true.
Mr. Nick, what's the matter?
I see 5 black cyclocks. I've searched these kind of locks before. Dark black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside the person's heart.
By breaking these, you break the person's psyche.
And there's no way to remove them. Holy smokes.
Damn.
Half of me doesn't want to end here.
I know that feeling. Oh my gosh. I want to keep going, but we just save it for next time.
Yeah.
Oh, the Black Locks are right there in the episode image.
They're what? Oh, they are there.
Yay!
Hold on. Does this case only have one trial? Oh, snap.
What?
We're looking at another long stream, I think.
Yep, it looks like. Wait. Interview with Athena. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it looks like just one trial. What? It is the last case after all. These are long.
Oh, snap. And we still don't have any idea who this spy could be.
I think I have an idea, but we'll. I'm thinking it's. I think it's Aurora Blackquill.
Why would she go to all this trouble if it was her, though?
To destroy Athena.
Huh.
Her brother took the fall for her. I think that's what the discord in his heart is saying. It's screaming out, but he's refusing to getting help because I think he knows that's her.
Oh, dang.
I think she knows that she has him under her thumb, and if they could prove that Blackquill is innocent, she's putting like Phoenix in a catch-22. Like prove Blackquill is guilty and lose his daughter and the hostages, or prove Athena actually did it and lose Athena.
Oh, snap.
And it's also fitting.
You realize we're gonna have to do that whole thing in one stream, right?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
We'll have to prepare ourselves.
Yep.
All right, guys. Next time might be the exciting conclusion of Dual Destinies.
Oh boy.
Until then, though, guys, Y'all have a great rest of your weekend. Have a great time, and we will see you. We'll see you later.
See ya.